UK Time Out on Radio Biafra, AM, news feeds from across the United Kingdom, insightful analysis by the People's Parliament. Our panel dissects the topic of the week, and listeners interact.
Also featuring great Biafran history, education, awareness, and enlightenment, plus entertainment galore.
Tune in to the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. Sundays from 7:30 p.m. Biafran time and British Summer Time. Set out for a fabulous week ahead with the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. News, views, previews and reviews. Join us.
America wonder, Nigeria stone, oh yeah, inside Nigeria, Nigeria.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are listening in from. Welcome to the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. Today, Easter Sunday, Ụbọchị Orie. My names are Ikechukwu Nice Nwokoro Ichie Nwachinemere, South Indigenous People of Biafra, in the capacity of IPOB, the United Kingdom National Coordinator. We begin, as usual, with a word of prayer in Igbo, the language of heaven. Chukwu kabia mapuru n'ihe niile ekekere ụwa jaa ya mma. Wee kee anyị wụ ụmụ gị n'oyiyi nke gị. Iwe nwee ịhụnanya na ọmịiko pụrụ iche n'ebe anyị nọ. Ọbụladị mgbe anyị na-akpafu dịka atụrụ furu efu, ọbụladị mgbe anyị na-eme ihe ọjọọ, na-eme mmehie na-asọ oyi n'ebe ị nọ, ịhụnanya gị na ebere gị bawanyere ụba n'ebe anyị nọ. Ikweghị ka anyị wụrụ ndị nke efuru efu anaghị ha achọta, kama ịchọtakwara anyị, wee zitere anyị ọpara gị nwa gị nke hụrụ n'anya, Yeshua HaMashiach, ka ọ bịa nwụọ ọnwụ ihere n'elu ebe iji zọpụta anyị n'aka mmehie na n'aka ekwensu na ihe ọjọọ niile ya na ya so. Taa anyị na-echeta mmemme ibili n'ọnwụ nke nwa gị nwoke Yeshua HaMashiach. Anyị na-atụle uche azụ, na-echetakwa ọmịiko, ịhụnanya, ebere gị n'ebe anyị nọ, wee na-ebuli aha nsọ gị elu, na-enye gị otuto aja gị mma n'ihi na ị kwesịrị. Anyị were ụbọchị nke dị taa wee were ụbọchị ncheta ka mmekọ anyị na gị dịka nna na nwa, nna na ụmụ si adị. Anyị na-arịọ gị ka ị nyere anyị amara, gbaghara anyị njọ anyị niile dị iche iche, ụzọ ọbụla anyị na-esila mmehie n'echiche na okwu, ọdụ na omume na akparamagwa dị iche iche. Gbaghara anyị ha niile, ma zaa anyị ekpere ndị nke anyị na-ekpe na-ayọ gị ụtụtụ, ehihie nakwa abalị. Nke kachasị ekpere nnwere onwe, ekpere igbochigide ma kwechiri n'ala nke inyere anyị, nke inyere nna nna anyị ha, ala Biafra. Ekpere ka ị napụta ọdụdụ nwoke onye ndu anyị Nnamdi Kanu n'aka ndị ọjọọ n'oge na-agaghị ete aka, ka o sorokwa anyị wee na-alụ ya bụ ọgụ anyị na-alụ, ọgụ nwere onwe, ọgụ eziokwu, ọgụ ịhụnanya, ka anyị wee mezie ala nke inyere anyị, nye ya ọ dị mma ka o kwesịrị isi dị. anya na ọnụ ya fego ofufe ka isi wee saa anyị na-efe gị mgbe niile. Ka anyị hapụ ibu oru n'ala nke inyere anyị, ka hapụ ibu ndị na-atagbu onwe anyị n'ahụ na ngọzi niile ejiri chọọ ala anyị mma, kama ka ihe ọma mere anyị bara anyị ụba n'eziokwu ma bakwara anyị uru. Arịọ m gị ka ikpuchigide anyị niile ụmụ gị niile ụmụ Biafra ebe ọbụla anyị na-anọ na ebe ụwa sọtụrụ, kachasị ụmụ IPOB ndị na-aga ozi site n'onye isi wee ruo n'onye nke nọ n'ọdụ. Kpuchigide anyị niile dịka ọ kwesịrị ekpuchigide onwe ya na akwụ ya. Ekwekwala ka aka ndị iro rutere ebe anyị nọ gị nọ. Ekwekwala ka ezinwe obi ha nke ọjọọ niile ha nwere ebe anyị nọ mezuo, kama ka uche gị mee, n'ihi na uche gị kachasị ihe niile mma. Anyị mekwe n'uche gị o zuworo anyị, nara ekele na ọjịja mma ọzọkwa na-enye gị. Arịọ m gị ihe ndị a na ihe ndị nke ọzọ site n'aha nwa gị nwoke nke nwere n'obe n'ihi anyị ma bilie n'ọnwụ ma merie ike ọnwụ n'ụbọchị nke taa kpọrọ ụbọchị Easter Sunday, bụ Yeshua HaMashiach. Ise 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 ise. Mama dịrị gị Chineke, mama dịrị gị onye ọma, ekele dịrị gị Chineke, ekele dịrị gị onye ọma. O Chineke onye ọma, o ji ọkụ ori aja, o onye ukwu, nwanne otu onye, o onye ọma. Mama dịrị gị Chineke, mama dịrị gị onye ukwu. Coming up next is the news base. After that, we will have our Easter special with our special guest in the studios tonight, none other than IPOB First Lady and wife of our leader, Lolo Uchechi Anyanwotutu Okukano, to give us insight into this unique topic for Easter: redemption for restoration and salvation, resurrecting consciousness. As Christ resurrected today, so we pray that our consciousness will resurrect, our awareness will come back to life, and of course our action towards the restoration of Biafra will be reawakened. Join us. Stay tuned.
As the war of extermination of Biafra was going on, many made a pledge, saying, we shall never ever become Nigeria. We shall never ever become Nigeria. Today you turn around preaching one, Nigeria. Today you turn around preaching one, Nigeria. You betray your children, you betray your family, you betray your brothers, you betray your nation, you betray your own race.
Welcome to this week's News Beats. This is Easter Sunday. I am Mazi Sam. With me is Mazi DK. Good evening. The organizing teams for the forthcoming 2025 UK AGM and European Mega Evangelism /ESN fundraising, which will be held in Luton, have been constituted. Following the inauguration of the national organizing team during last Monday's enlarged cabinet meeting, a memo was released on Tuesday outlining the membership as well as terms of reference of both the local organizing team and the national organizing team. The local organizing team is co-headed by the Luton Zonal Coordinator Lord Oke Ibokwe, the Milton Keynes Zonal Coordinator Mazi Afonwa Ukeji, and the Luton National Deputy Zonal Coordinator Mazi Amaichi Ejimogu, supported by the West Midland Regional Coordinator Mazi Oster Ejimba and his East Midlands counterpart Mazi Chika Kalo, as well as Milton Keynes Deputy Zonal Coordinator Mazi Francis Chi Dozier. Other local team members include the Midlands Regional Family, Mazi Ikechi Udesi, Mazi Eva Okereke, Ada Biafra Blessing, Ada Joy Dixon, Ada Biafra Uzoma Johnson, Mazi Ifeanyi, Mazi Gabriel, Mazi Ejike Chinemba, Ichie Ike Silas, Ada Biafra, Julie Ugo, Mazi Chukwu Emeka Madudi Omeka Agu, Mazi Ikechi Moses Eze, and Mazi Charles Ohadim. The national organizing team is co-headed by the UK Deputy National Coordinator Dr. Onyeka Ada Biafra Joy Dixon, Mazi Oke Obiano, assisted by Lord Oke, Mazi Okeji, and Mazi Sam. Other members are UK cabinet members Mazi Mike Wajago, Mazi Chukwemeka Wakaribia, Lolo Sophia Kalo, Wada Chichi Ihoba, Wada Mercy Njoko, Sister Noella Wu, High Chief Bato Uche Hawa, Mazi Frank Olemba, Mazi Ikenna Njoko, as well as key principal officers Mazi Oster Nawoka, Wada Ogechi Uba, and Reverend Sister Amarachi Chizo. Inaugurating the organizing teams during Good Friday night National E-General Meeting, IPOB UK National Coordinator Chief Ikechukwu Nice Wokoro outlined the terms of reference of both teams, adding that their roles are both integrated and complementary. Chief Wokoro urged all members of both teams to work harmoniously, assiduously to ensure we deliver an outstanding event on July 5th. Chief Wokoro pointed out that the booking inquiries and reservations have begun in earnest, maintaining that there will be mega evangelism rally in Luton Town Centre and other landmark venues before the delegates retire to the hall for the AGM activities and ESM fundraising. Find details of the UK AGM, European Mega Revival Evangelism and ESM fundraising would be released. The final details would be released in a few weeks' time when publicity promo materials would be launched. All family members are encouraged to make adequate plans to be in Luton for a couple of days, the weekend of July 4th to July 6th. The UK National Coordinator also announced that the first quarter of ESM fundraising extended deadline elapsed midnight of Good Friday, April 18th, thanking all those who donated, including UK family members who made their pledges in Italy and have redeemed same either to the Italian or to the UK national accounts, instructing that the records reflects accordingly.
Happy Easter. I am Mazi Dike. Good evening. All UK regional coordinators and their deputies have been mandated to stage a pre-May 30th protest march and regional outreach program between last week of this April and second week of May, in line with the order given by the Directorate of State to IPOB families worldwide. This leadership directive was conveyed to the principal officers by the UK National Coordinator, Chief Ikechukwu Naizinwokoro, who sounded the reminder at the Good Friday E-General meeting. The UK National Coordinator encouraged regions to come together and organize these pre-May 30th protest rallies around Onyendu's upcoming court case, maintaining we must not abandon Onyendu to the whims and caprice of the wicked Nigerian factors. IPOB has strongly condemned Nigerian government orchestrated media campaigns demonizing the Biafra restoration movement. In a press release signed by IPOB Media and Public Secretary Emma Powerful, IPOB noted that the government-friendly media outfit often go into anti-IPOB overdrive anytime Onyedu's case this approach. In a separate statement, IPOB threw powerful caution on Igbo traditional rulers, religious bodies, elders, community leaders, and youth groups to stop forcing youth in the southeast to join the Nigerian army, stating that the Igbo leaders should first ask themselves how many Igbo in the Nigerian army have been elevated to higher ranks despite their bravery and qualifications. The Nigerian army recently raised an alarm over the poor enlistment of Southeast youth into the military service and called for a change of attitude to reverse the trend. According to the army, while Kaduna State has recorded over 3,000 applications in the ongoing 2025 recruitment exercise, Enugu State was still struggling with just a few hundred, noting that the story was not different with other Southeast states. Emma Powerful noted that Igbo leaders should resist such recruitment moves and instead help the youth secure jobs in the Central Bank, NNPC, EFCC, Customs, and other profitable parastatals in Nigeria. A group of indigenous clergymen, Igbo Ministers Commission, has insisted that the self-determination bid by the detained Biafra agitator Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a fallout of the failure of the 1914 amalgamation of the Northern and Southern Protectorate by the British government. The Igbo ministers emphasized in particular that Nigeria creation in 1914 was not a union born of mutual consent, but a colonial construct imposed by Britain for administrative and economic convenience. In a statement signed by Reverend Tony Ozo Anthony, President General, and Apostle Tony Osie, Secretary General, noted that the agitation for self-determination as championed by Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi through IPOB underscores a fundamental truth about Nigeria's creation as a colonial construct imposed by Britain for their selfish administrative and economic convenience.
IPOB lead counsel Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor has said the 12 IPOB family members released last week at Ebonyi State High Court were part of a group of 36 held since May 24, 2021. The 12 were finally set free in compliance with successive court orders discharging and acquitting them of all charges. Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor has also called for immediate and decisive government intervention to end what he describes as an unchecked bloodbath perpetrated by rampaging terrorists across several states in Nigeria. Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor condemned the wave of violence sweeping through communities from Plateau to Benue, Uzo, Wanne, Enugu, and parts of Delta State, warning that Nigeria is in the grips of a grave national tragedy, lamenting the daily toll of innocent lives lost, describing the killings as barbaric and the government's responses as complicit silence. The leadership of IPOB has issued an ultimatum and reiterated their warning against Meridian Fulani killers terrorists to stay away from the Biafran region or regret their actions at the heist and counter-terrorism operations of the Eastern Security Network. This was made known in the press statement issued by the newly appointed DOS Press Secretary, Dr. Chinwendu Okadibu. The press statement revealed that following a high-end meeting involving members of the IPOB DOS in Johannesburg, South Africa, a resolution to introduce reserved proactive measures to confront the Fulani menace in Biafra land, in the Biafra region, using the mechanism of the Eastern Security Network has been reached, warning the Fulani terrorists to keep off or meet a brutal and fierce offensive by the ESN operatives, starting from the 13th April 2025. Adding that IPOB leadership is keenly interested in ensuring that local farmers are guaranteed maximum security to utilize the farming season to the fullest and cultivate their farm produce. IPOB believes this would ensure and strengthen food security, elevating the sufferings and lack amongst the population. Such hardship could be seen in a viral footage that has sparked public outrage across social media and raised questions about professionalism within the police force, where a show of indignity and shame was seen when Chinese nationals handed money to a group of the Zoo police forces who were lined up like beggars as their boss counted 1,000 mint notes and handed them 5,000 naira each in Kaduna State. This development has sparked a lot of reaction, mostly condemnation of the Nigerian failed state and her rulers. Nigerian police authorities say they have identified the officers seen collecting cash from the Chinese national and have launched disciplinary actions against them. Northern traditional rulers led by the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Saab Abubakar III, have expressed deep frustration over the unrelenting wave of killings and insecurity ravaging the region. Speaking during the 17th Executive Committee meetings of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council in Maiduguri, the Sultan declared that traditional rulers are more concerned than politicians over the deteriorating situation and called for decisive actions from the President Bola Tinubu-led government. Meanwhile, the Sultan of Sokoto, Alhaji Muhammad Abubakar III, has labeled social media as a terrorist organization. He shared his thoughts while speaking during the 17th Executive Committee meeting of the Northern Traditional Rulers Council held in Maiduguri, Borno State on Tuesday.
Boko Haram leader Abubakar Shekau has threatened to attack the Emir of Kano, Muhammadu Sanusi II, in retaliation for the Emir's call on Kano residents and other Nigerians to arm and defend themselves against the terror organizations. In a new video released last weekend, Shekau said this group does not consider Emir Sanusi a true Muslim and will attack him whenever an opportunity presents itself. Elsewhere, a new terror group known as Mahumuda has emerged in north-central part of Nigeria, terrorizing residents of rural communities around KG Lake National Park, located in north-central Nigeria, spanning parts of Kwara State and Niger State. Another security scare. Commander of the Civilian Joint Task Force in Lagos State, Mr. Kuma Sanda, has revealed that thousands of suspected Boko Haram members have been arrested in the state. If I should mention the number of Boko Haram members we have arrested in Lagos State, people will not believe it, but we have arrested thousands, Sanders stated. In Borno State, the government has raised concern over the infiltration of the state by foreign terrorist elements. The State Commissioner for Information and Internal Security, Usman Tar, made this statement on Thursday during an appearance on News Central, where he addressed the growing insecurity in the state. He said, "We have in the rank and file of Boko Haram militants who are not from Nigeria but from neighboring countries like Mali, Burkina Faso and other countries. That is what we mean by foreigners joining the rank and file of Boko Haram," he said. A group of Fulani armed bandits launched a deadly attack on Fararuwa town in Shanono local government area of Kano State on Thursday, killing a prominent businessman, injuring 2 others and abducting 1 person. The incident occurred while the town's popular night market was in full swing. The attack was contained in a post on Friday by a security analyst, Bakatasin, on X. Also from Katsina State, the commander of the Community Watch Corps, Major Ibrahim, has leveled serious allegations against some Nigerian soldiers, accusing them of supplying arms to bandits and extorting local farmers, especially during the harvest period. His revelation followed the arrest of Malam Hafizu in Sabuwa local government area of the state.
The Nigerian Customs Service has confirmed the killings of 3 of its officials by terrorists in Kebbi State, with their patrol vehicles burnt during the attack. The Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeyemi, disclosed this during a walking visit to the Niger Kogi area command of the service. In Port Harcourt, Rivers State, Chief Magistrate Honorable George has resigned, having rejected the quasi-military administrator imposed by Tinubu. In his resignation letter, George described the imposed governance style as undemocratic and incompatible with the values of the legal profession. President of the National Association of Nigerian Students, Atiku Abubakar Isa, has accused Sheyi Tinubu, son of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Loduja Olushola, a rival faction leader, of being behind his abduction by gun-wielding thugs in Abuja on Tuesday. The Bola Tinubu rogue presidency has dismissed concerns over a recent judgment by a U.S. federal court directing American law enforcement agencies to release investigative records related to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, asserting that the documents contain no new revelations. The ruling, issued by Judge Barry Howell of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, compels the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Drug Enforcement Administration to disclose records of reported narcotics investigations from the 1990s. The presidency has said President Bola Ahmed Tinubu continues to direct the affairs of state from Europe, despite being outside the country for nearly 2 weeks. The United States, through its trade estimate report, has accused the Nigerian National Assembly and agencies in the country of abusing procurement processes and lacking transparency.
The lawmaker representing Basa Jos North in the House of Representatives, Daniel Asama, has stated that security operatives are aware of the direction from which attackers are invading various communities in Plateau State. He shared his thoughts during an interview on Channels Television on Thursday, describing the outgoing attacks in Plateau as genocidal. He said that the locals who live in these communities know where these attackers are from. There are places that are still occupied. There are farmlands of locals that have been occupied. They cannot access their land. This development comes amid rising killings in Plateau State, a situation that has led to national outcry. Amnesty International has condemned the killing of at least 51 people during a deadly overnight attack on ZK village in Bassa, Plateau State, describing it as a grim reflection of Nigeria's deepening security crisis. The United States of America, through its trade estimate report, has accused the Nigerian National Assembly and agencies in the country of abusing procurement processes and lacking transparency. A Yoruba self-determination group, Yoruba One Voice, led by the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò of Yoruba land, Eba Gani Adams, has kicked against the push to introduce Sharia law in parts of the Southwest, warning that such a move could destabilize the region and threaten Nigeria's already fragile pluralism. Gani Adams, who is UFC convener, said this fueling an online conference which brought together members of the Youth Global Coordinating Council, the General Assembly, critical stakeholders, and prominent sons and daughters across the globe. A 65-year-old woman, Margaret Mowalola Akindon-Tera, has died after the Lagos State University Hospital allegedly refused to perform critical surgery, citing the recent Ramadan fasting. The Holy Book says that God, God of all creation, so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son, Yeshua HaMashiach, Yesu Christi, or Jesus Christ, as popularly or commonly known, down to earth to suffer and die for the sake of humans. The closely related theological terms of redemption, restoration, and salvation therefore form a pathway to liberate the body and the soul from a state of bondage to a state of freedom. The foundation of salvation is love. The love that reconciles mankind to his Maker. With reconciliation comes restoration to the original purpose of creation. By dying, Christ restored the lives of those who believe in him as God made man. His resurrection reawakened their consciousness to the very meaning of life and gave them a deeper understanding of the very essence of living. Redemption, therefore, is by God's grace. He sent his Son, Yeshua HaMashiach, Yesu Christi, to redeem mankind. We need a redeemer because we cannot redeem ourselves. In Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu has been sent as a redeemer by Chukwu Kadama himself. Christ is risen today, Easter Sunday, as Christians all over the world commemorate his resurrection and victory over death. On this special Easter episode of our program, the UK Timeout on Radio Biafra, our special guest, none other than IPOB's First Lady and Onyendu's wife, who is a life coach amongst other attributes, will help us piece together redemption, restoration, resurrection, salvation, and consciousness, not necessarily from a religious perspective, but emphasizing on the philosophical, sociological, and even political import of these time-tested themes, essential for human existential wholeness. Lolo, a very good evening to you. Happy Easter to you, to Navik, Kim, and all the rest of your family. Lolo, kindly unmute and greet great listeners and Biafrans from all over the world who are listening to us tonight. Happy Easter to you, Ma. I hope you had a good one.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you very much. Happy Easter to you, and happy Easter to all great Biafrans, even those who are not Biafrans but are listening to us at this time, who are celebrating Easter. I wish them, or wish you all, happy Easter.
Thank you, Lolo. People talking to all manner of delicacies. Prominent is the Easter egg, which is chocolate. When I was a baby, I hear of Easter egg. My mind went to the proper egg. I didn't know it's some chocolate that you keep on chewing. But the best bit for me is the meat, the lamb, and the other things that go with it. I hope you had a very good one today. What does Easter mean to you as a person? And from somebody who was born into a Christian home, I believe, you are a Christian, correct me if I'm wrong, or at least if you were a Christian. I should also ask, are you still a practicing Christian?
Thank you, Mazi. That's a very tricky question. I've never had to answer that question before. I always say that I am eclecticist and I am a simplastic. So it means that I draw religious knowledge and facts from all forms of religion, and I'm able to unify it into one. So to answer your question, Mazi, I am not a practicing Christian. I am a practicing spiritual person. So I don't have to be a Christian to be a spiritual person. So to answer your question, I am a simplastic and I am eclecticist, Mazi. Easter.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yes. So yes, that is why I don't condemn any religion, because they're all coming from one source. You have to be quite awakened in that form to understand that. So yeah, every religion is coming from one source. They're seeking the same thing, but in different belief and concept and code. Well, in different ways, but it's all the same thing. So I understand that. So that is why I kind of am everywhere.
Great. That will lead me to the other question. But before then, just for Christians' sake, because Easter is for Christians, I used to say that without Easter, there wouldn't have been anything called Christianity, because Christmas is just like a birthday celebration, or the actual event that happened, and still has not been disproved for over 2,500 years, is that, yes, indeed, there was this person, this young man, a 3-year-old, who was crucified on the cross of Calvary in between two thieves,
And after 3 days, he rose again from the dead. At least his body was not found in the tomb. There were witnesses of those who saw him. He didn't just rise and disappeared, but he also appeared to so many people at different locations before his ascension into heaven, as the Holy Book, the Bible says. The Passion of Jesus Christ offers hope to mankind, irrespective of your religion or spiritual inclination, as well as challenges humans to die for who they love and cherish, for what they believe in and value. They should be prepared to die for it. Christians are called to emulate Christ by dying to their flesh in order to regenerate their spirit and secure eternal bliss for their souls, which is heaven. So all those things centered around what Easter focuses on, such virtues as reflection, repentance, forgiveness, patience, penance, sacrifice, redemption, we're talking about restoration, salvation. How do such resonate with you, even though you are not a practicing Christian? How do these Christian virtues or the values of Easter resonate with your own belief and practices?
Oh, Margaret, I think you may have misconstrued me.
Okay, please.
When I say I've explained what I mean by being exemplastic and practices. Maybe I've not, but I am not practicing one religion. In my spirituality, you can find similarities of religion in it. So it's all semantics as well. So Christian, Islam, Buddhists, Hindus, and all that, it's the same thing. It is absolutely the same thing. So I may not be practicing one, but in my line of spirituality, you would find that it comes from the formation of being a Christian as well. So yeah. So before people begin to see me as something else, people can easily misconstrue beliefs and perceptions. So for Easter, I think you did ask something about what Easter means. Easter is a profound religious significance in Christian world, and it talks about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, Yeshua. So it signifies, when you say resurrection, that signifies restoration, which is returning to old form or how it should be. So in resurrection, it's back to life. So being back to life is being back to being alive. So resurrection would encapsulate or encompass salvation, restoration, and hope and joy. So that's me answering the first question. So can you repeat your subsequent question that you just asked a few minutes ago?
Yeah, thank you for that. I was asking how those themes you mentioned, which also can be found in other religions, resonate with you in your own beliefs and also life experience.
Okay, it resonates.
I talked about things like reflections, patience, repentance, penance, sacrifice, forgiveness, as things that we can pick out of redemption, restoration, salvation, which the Easter, as you rightly said, encapsulates.
Okay, I think I just mentioned it signifies hope. It also signifies renewal. For Easter, it offers time for reflection, spiritual renewal, a renewed sense of hope for the future. The resonation today would be because it focuses on a lot of how do I put it? A lot of transformation, Martha. So it comes within that sphere of being transformed, or for one's life, or for other religious or spiritual people. For a renewal to happen, that will be a reflection. I think we talked about this. Was that our first broadcast for the year? Was it Christmas one?
Yes, I think in February we did.
Okay. Well, we talked about transformation, but before that can happen, we would have reflection. You have to reflect, and then you reform by going back and drawing the steps and implementing those things that you've had identified to have been missing. Then the end process then becomes transformation, and that is where you see someone being transformed. So for religious purpose, you see salvation, and what is that? It is being saved, being removed from sin, being removed from ill act, ill behavior. It can even be being removed from hurt. So for example, someone had a near miss in a car accident, and you would hear the person used to say, "Oh, God saved me from this." So salvation also can be being saved, being protected from harm. So in religion, in spirituality, in everyday life, this resonates. So when you're doing mindfulness and the rest of them, you're seeking renewal, you're seeking restoration, and you're seeking that consciousness to your daily life. And when there's consciousness, I mean you're being mindful. All these they're all interconnected, Maze.
Yes, absolutely. And for me, part of my reflection always has been about Easter being, excuse me, if you like, the first major event of the year in the Gregorian calendar. And I always reflect and ask myself, was it intentional or by coincidence that Easter has to come in the calendar year before other events for Christians, and then also Christmas being towards the end of the year? I look at people saying, or rather growing up, we used to do Easter retreat, which is like, if you like, going into your cocoon solely for sober reflection, and then you confess your sins, you do penance as part of the renewal or restoration oath of allegiance. You do your Lent, which is the 40 days of fasting, praying, and some abstinence, depending on what you do. I've been doing mine for over, forgive me, I'm a practicing Christian. I'm not perfect, but that's the faith I chose. And with all its imperfection, I stand by it as a matter of conscious decision and choice of mine.
Mm-hmm.
When I reflect on all those things, I try to put them into practicality then you begin to see the conflicts, and you ask yourself, can we live up to this? Can the carnal-minded person ever please God? And then I've also thought, really, salvation is not by our pleasing God or how good we appear or project to be, but purely by grace, His grace. People also must stop confusing God with religion. It's not the same. God is not religious. It is not about religion. Remember that Jesus Christ Himself, Yesu Christi, Yeshua HaMashiach, is not even a Christian. Because after His ascension to heaven, that the Bible recorded, His followers were the ones described as Christians. Though, yes, it's on record that Christ called His followers to live by His examples, or in other words, follow His good deeds or ways of living and the good works that He did. But He is not a religious person. In fact, the Bible recorded that His custom was that of the Jews, Hebrews, which is closer to Judaism than any other faith. So that was His custom. The most important thing is His custom was in line with His tradition, His culture, His orientation, His heritage, where He comes from. I will go deeper into this. I just want to start by asking you, what are the connections or connectivity between spirituality and religiosity, I would prefer to call it? Could you kindly outline any significant differences as well?
Okay, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi, for that question. I recall in a few of our conversations that you and I have had, I think I've always talked about the confusion of how people misplace religion with spirituality. Before I give the significant difference, I would like to underscore the importance of knowing that these are opposite sides of the coin. And that will be by explaining the similarities. Religiosity, as you rightly put, and spirituality were regarded as one throughout history. Religion and spiritual practices share some fundamental similarities. They both aim to guide individuals towards a good life. So you can see that Christianity being the most practiced. I mean, all over the world, you have more Christians all over the world than any other religion. One of the importance is that most of the kids, or some of the kids, raised under the Christian faith, they are molded under a certain core value, to follow. So it kind of helps frame the child's moral values, which is very good. But then is the rigidity that kind of forms the issue that falls in the debate, if it is good or if it is ugly. Well, not bad at all, but good or ugly. They both aim, as I said, to guide individuals towards a good life. They teach the same. So spirituality and religiosity teach the same core principles of increasing the well-being of society and aiming for the greater good. They involve rituals and practices both of them require a certain amount of devotion and self-discipline. So, just as you've mentioned, Lent, fasting, and the rest of that. So they give people a good reason to live and help them to find meaning to life, purpose, and things. But while religion is defined as a specific set of organized beliefs and practices, usually shared by a community or group, so you have churches, Anglican, Protestant, Catholic, assemblies, Apostolic Church, so all those sets, that would be their community. So when you have a church, it's a community. So you have Anglican, so you have different parish. I think that's what I call. So these are communities or groups. Religiosity is how devoted a person is to their religion. Like I said, Mazi, in some of the conversation you and I have had, I'm always talking about this religion. People showing. They rather show is an act. You put up act, and these acts are formed by the community or the groups set out values, set out structure, so to say. Just the way we go to IPOB meetings, we do 30th of May, we do this. These are acts. We wear the red beret and green and black or whatever, take pictures, and do meetings and AGMs and the rest of it. So same thing with churches, they gather. So when you come together, because you come to a meeting, an IPOB meeting, so let me use an IPOB as a church now. When you come to a meeting and someone is always there, you will say, "Oh, this is a good man." The first thing you will align to that person's or behavior will be, he's a good member. He always attends meeting. You score the presence first of all. Register. Register. Yeah. Thank you. So. Deaconess Agnes, she's always there, sweeping the church. So even over time, it has now become, like I was just saying now, is an act. It's more of an act in religiosity. So you come to church, you sweep. I like to sing, so I was a choir member. And I still am. In fact, anytime I attend the church that I used to, because it's far from where we are now, I always sing. I lead praise and worship, Master. So just so you know. So I lead praise and worship. So when you're leading praise and worship, you speaking in tongues where people are, you're showing that the rituals. Thank you. You're showing the rituals, and in showing, you are automatically spiritual, because the other sister can see, the other brother and the pastors, they can see these acts that you're doing. It doesn't mean that you're showing off or whatever, but because you're doing this, you are seen as a spiritual person. Because you're tying your hair with this turban, they in the deeper life, they used to round their head. Because you wear that, you don't wear earrings, you're following what Pastor Kumi is saying, you don't have TV, you don't do this, you're spiritual. Meanwhile, it's actually the religious structures and core values set out for this set of people is what you're carrying out. And you also sweeping the church and all those sort of things is to show that you are a spiritual person, because in these acts you're connecting with God. You're trying to tap to God, you're trying to tap into God's blessings. And unfortunately, most religious people worship God, attend these churches because they seek something from God. There's always something in return that they want God to do for them. I think I've mentioned this in our last broadcast. I remember asking a question: how many of these church people, these religious people, how many from January 1st to December 31st would say, even in the darkest moment, would I say, oh God, help me out, help me go through this? Well, but even in that darkness, you're not saying, God, help me go through this. You're just saying, God, order my steps. And I thank you for life, and I thank you for this moment. Oh, I assure myself, it's not true. Every person who knows God or is religious, it's seeking something from God. God has to do something in return. If I'm sweeping church, I'm believing that this church I sweep every Friday or every whatever, or this Bible class that I attend, something good. I am showing God that I'm a good person. I'm showing some sort of positivity, and something good has to happen to me all the time because I'm doing all of these. And that is wrong. So people need to resurrect. In this time of resurrection, like I said, it means renewal, it means restoration, it means salvation, it means repentance, it means cleanliness as well. So when you resurrect something, it blooms into life, and it begins to move in clarity. So that has to be changed. If that is changed, people would begin to understand the difference between the religiosity or religion and spirituality. So while religion aims to build its followers' character, just like I said, it aims to build the character. People within the same religion often have a common outlook. So just as I mentioned, what is it called? Deeper life, around it like that. Once you see somebody with a velvet turban on their head, automatically is a deeper life person, Nobody else wears that head tie. So it gives them a common outlook in appearance, and then on life as well. So I think they do watch TV now. After the pastor did say that wasn't true, because after the time the pastor had his own TV, was appearing on TV, but the members were not watching TV, because by watching TV you would commit sin by seeing evil. But I'll tell you something. I'm not saying this for. I've only met a family that they were so. I think the wife was she was working in Shell, and the husband was a Navy officer. And they had 2 kids. So they were my auntie's neighbor in Port Harcourt. They didn't have TV. But they were quite liberal. They weren't as rigid, and other people that I've met, I'm so sorry to say this, they were so, sometimes you can appear to be so disciplined and rigid. It begins to show that you're a very wicked person, because you show wickedness in your rigidity. Most of these people that I've encountered, they tie this turban around their head, just as I said, different from that family member that were my auntie's neighbor in Port Harcourt. They were different, well educated, but just they didn't have TV. So that when you come in and you don't see TV, you know that they are deeper life members. But the wife wasn't tying that turban, so you wouldn't automatically know that she's a deeper life. Maybe when you come to their house, you would know. But then these other people, they are so rigid. They show you that they are religious people or spiritual people. They show you wickedness. There is no empathy.
And
yes, absolutely.
They lack the love, the empathy, the compassion.
Thank you, Matthew. That's the word.
The religion.
Thank you. Absolutely, they don't give you empathy. These people are wicked, but they may not even know that they're even. Back then, I was always saying, the deeper life. So whenever I see them, I'm waiting to, I'm ready to attack. So because I know how they display that, so I'm ready, to tell them off, and it would never go well. But over time, I have, in my awakening state, I've gone back in time, and I realized that these people do not even, they are so naive, they do not even know what they're doing. To them, they are carrying out the core values set out by the religion sect that they belong to. They are only showing that, this pastor said that this is it. If I'm doing this, it means I'm working for God. And they don't even understand what they're doing. You don't even know what they don't even know God. They don't even understand God. It's all peripheral. It's all on the surface. It's all on the core. It's all on the surface. So that's I think that's religion.
Yeah, Lola, I totally agree with you. In fact, I can relate to exactly what you said. Brethren, those spirituality and religiosity all have the same common goal of finding a meaning for life, and they both involve the sacred. In other words, maybe a deity, maker of the universe that both of them ascribe to, and therefore have the potential to change life or bring about transformations and reformations. But for me, the key difference will be the fact, what you just pointed out, that whereas spirituality is more of individual or personal journey or experience, personal devotion, and
it is more,
as an individual see it and you relate it with the deity, the higher being or God that you believe in. Religiosity is more like a cult, if we may call a spade a spade. Where there are codes, there are creeds, there are dogmas, there are the doctrines, there are defined peculiar organization, traditions, rituals, things you must do, right? Not be similar to cult as well. And that is your religiosity. And then people who are stuck in that begin to find it, have a different context to everything. Whereas the spiritual person, like yourself, will be seeing something in the real context of what that thing means, the practical definition and application. The one that is only religious sees it from a different perspective that almost alter the context. And and then they emphasize on belief, on the doctrines, on the dogmas. Like you said, the Roman Catholic, I was born a Catholic. But there was one funny thing about this is my personal life, Christianity or Christian faith. I was born a Catholic. I started mingling with some family friends who are Anglican, and I went to a couple of their services, different from our mass, and loved the way they sing hymn. Then we used to sing a lot of hymn in Catholic church. I mean, I'm getting a bit old. My time, when I was still a baby, I'm talking about not even a teenager, and I still love hymns. That attracted me to Anglican. And when I was sneaking out to go to Anglican, I confirmed as an Anglican. Then I started going to one or two Pentecostal churches. Though I must confess, not a lot of them really impressed me. But I found one or two that I actually loved. Then I returned to Catholic. I got married in the Catholic church. I started praying, but I do not see myself as denominational. As a Christian, I don't believe in denomination. I'm sorry to say it. Exactly. So it's more like I'm more inclined to love of God and the love I have for Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ. More than the dogma, the doctrine, and the other things. When the religious person or practice of religiosity is more concerned about community, institutionalization, the belief more than the believer, And that worries as well. Right now, Lolo, back home, there is a constant battle between people who see themselves as traditionalists, which is a form of religion anyway.
Absolutely, I think it is.
And Christians. You know, I want to put this on air and on record that whatever we're saying or criticism about religiosity is not peculiar to Christianity, not at all. It's even worse in some other religion. I don't want to start mentioning them. Only this week we heard in our news beat the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the head of Islam in the whole Nigeria, saying that social media is a terrorist organization.
I'm not the
and he was serious about it. He's talking to the highest echelon of the Muslim community in Nigeria and giving them an order because he's the Sultan, so his words are laws, giving them an order of what they should do about social media. And then, with the way the zoo Nigeria runs, that order will be enforced by even the government because they control the government. Right now, you have a president that is Muslim and you have a vice president that is Muslim. You have everything dominated by Muslims. The ones that call themselves Christians among them, like Okorocha, they are not Christians. They are Christians by day and Muslims by night, or more by evening time or whatever. They are nowhere really. So practically, the only people that run the country are Muslims. And then here the head is telling you social media is a terrorist organization, worse than Boko Haram, worse than Fulani, his kinsmen that are killing everybody all over the place. You can imagine that, and it gets into people's head. So they act on it.
Can I say something? So Sultan of Sokoto being the head of, his word is law. It's just like the same is how other people see some of their religious leaders. Not some of their. Every religious leader is seen as. You know that Mazin Namdekano has become a figure. You know, when you say Biafra,
the religion of his own.
Who do you see? You see Namdekano. Yes, you see Namdekano, and some people. You see some people, they even begin to speak, they begin to speak like Martin Namdekano. Some of them start to, the criminal ones that want to gesticulate like Martin Namdekano, they start to be, you see
in the daytime, at night, they become,
But in all of this is why, when you talk about this too, when you ask this question, it is awesome. Spirituality, is these people, I kid you not, maybe 10% of religious people are spiritual. The rest are just religious, that's all. 10% out of everything you see. 10%, I don't mean 10% in Christianity. I mean all, even traditional, even the traditional, it is absolute, it is this, bring every religion together, it is just 10%. Every other person is unconscious. So when you're talking about spirituality, you have to connect with sacredness to be sacred, and in you being sacred, you can never ever sit and see evil and not speak against it. You can never see evil and condone it. You can never see evil and not
or just justify it because it favors you.
Absolutely, regardless who this evil is emanating from, you stand against it. Now that's spirituality. It's a unique journey for each person, depending on your DNA and your environment that you grew up in. People can always see things in different perspectives, but regardless, if you're standing against it, that is you connecting to your higher self, tapping through that. And you have to aim it. You lose your ego. In spirituality, you lose. I think I've given this example before, that I have this, when I lose my anger, sometimes when I'm quiet, and then sometimes you're who you are, you can't be somebody else, but you can control it. You can absolutely control it. So it's okay for someone to have temper issues, which I have. which I am guilty of. But in my process of awakening, I have mastered. Sometimes I let it go, and I've mastered to not believe that energy, because it is so disastrous, it is so destructive, it is so energy sapping that rather than me allowing that energy to go off in that negativity that will affect the person I'm upset at, can use it in, releasing good energy. That is, in this time of solitude and times that I've had to go through, I call it hardship and troubles, swimming, against the tides. It's time that I've had to also heal in solitude. So, going back to see who I am and how I can use that for good. So understanding who you are and using it for good is also you tapping into that self of yours, that higher self. So in spirituality, you have to learn to trust your instinct. But then, is it Guru Maharaj? What's that man? Is it Guru Maharaj? I don't know if you're going to Ibadan. He had this, I don't know if they call it shrine, but he had a place where people go, and when you see anybody going to Guru Maharaj or whatever he's called,
Guru Maharaj.
Oh yes, Guru Maharaj. People are, you fear them. You see Christians fearing those ones, but it's a religion. It's a different kind of religion. But I'll tell you, according to Newman's model, there was this model in religion, religion and spiritualism. It says that spirituality is a way of being, while religion is a way of doing. Just as I said, you become, that is you being spiritual, tapping, you become. But then spirituality is doing, you showing, faith, and your faith is knowing. So within that framework, Newman's model stated that both spirituality and religiosity are functions of faith, and you just pointed that out. Faith is the common ground from which both of the concepts build their foundation. Interestingly, one of the most popular spiritual teachers, just as I mentioned, is Guru Maharaj. He had an almost complete opposite outlook of that model. He did say that religious people are faithful, whereas spiritual people reject believing. So that is the difference between the religious people and the spiritual people. That the spiritual people only accept what they know. That the religious people only accept what they know for certain, and search for what they do not know. That's for spiritual people. So that is why spiritual people are called seekers. You can say, I'm a seeker. So they're constantly searching. So what they know, they say, okay, this is what I know, but how far can I go? How far can I understand this? But for religious people, they choose to have faith, even though they don't know, and they don't know more than what they know. They are called believers. Absolutely. So they are called Guru Maharaj. So, and I said to myself, so that shrine, well, when I was still in the university, not shrine, it was his own church. It was his temple, it was his synagogue, whatever his religion calls gathering, what is called. You see people dropping, there's Guru Maharaj bus, I think it's bus stop or something, so you see his face, hey, you go to Guru Maharaj. No, it's so going back in time, I thought, so this man was practicing his own religion, and people were seeing him as an evil, devilish person. So he rejects believing, as he thinks that believing can stop you from searching for the truth. And then you have the religious people are believers, which you would just allow to be Christians, but that's not the truth. Not just Christians. And then you have the spiritual people. They're called the seekers. They seek. They're constantly seeking for higher purpose, to understand the reason they're here and what they are doing. Are they fulfilling the purpose for which they are here on earth? So yeah, Master, thank you very much for that.
No, you're absolutely right. In making conscious decision to follow a certain faith or religion, there are definitely things that go on in someone's mind. You mentioned about mindfulness earlier on, and I want us to come back to it. Oyendu Mazinam Bekano, our leader and your husband, is known to be a Jew, a practicing Judaist. He confesses Judaism and is very proud of it. But we know that his parents weren't. He wasn't born a Jew or a Judaist, just as yourself, born as a Christian. But at some point, you came to that consciousness or a state of mindfulness to make the decision to follow a certain faith, be it spirituality or religiosity. Could you explain, using your own life experience and also Yendu's, the much you know about his spirituality and religiosity, the imperatives or thought process in one making a conscious decision guided by mindfulness, and how does mindfulness actually impact consciousness?
Thank you, Mazi. Oyendu's path to following the sect under Judaism, I think that was that was after. Even the first time he was he was arrested. That was whilst I was pregnant with another camp. And as I said, yeah, I was born in a Christian home, but I've always had this, there are certain special people, very special people, Mazi, who are placed here on earth for a certain purpose. And when you say some people are pastors, oh, pastor, pray for me, pastor. It does not mean that you can't pray, but it means that you think that the pastor has a quicker access or has a certain devotional or connection to God. It's just as you have let's use an IPOB. Someone who is just an IPOB member who just goes to IPOB meeting and does not even know hears of Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel. When I mean Angel Michael, Angel Gabriel, what I mean is like the European rep, the deputy, you know what I mean? And then absolutely, and then you have absolutely, and then you have the leader. So when I say God,
the national anthem.
Absolutely. The person can sing national anthem. That is, he can sing hymn in church. Yeah, you can. In fact, even maybe like choir practice, choir mistress or choir leader. And then, or from membership, then you become a choir member. From choir member, you can now. Or let's not even go to choir, because in church, in Christian churches, you have the pastor. After the pastor, you have the choristers. And this, in spiritual realm, it is because music is very powerful. The day I will teach about music, you will marvel. It's so powerful because the choristers, you need music. So the pastor needs a certain kind of music to ascend. So you being in the choir, you're very clear. You would definitely be accessible to the pastor. So let me say to the members who just come to church, listen to the sermon already, because you attend that church every Sunday and maybe attend Wednesday fellowship. You know the songs that the church sings, and so you would know Biafra national anthem. So you definitely will know it, but you don't know. Maybe you know a welfare officer. So I'm using what we have to. So that's me now being exemplastic, Mazi, and a practices. So rather than using the church, I'm using IPOB, which everyone listening to me knows. So you know maybe a welfare officer in your zone, and then the welfare officer can take you to the national coordinator. And then you come to national coordinator and say, national coordinator, please, I need help. I have this problem. I am facing this and all that. And the national coordinator would, speak to you and say, okay, don't worry. I think one of our members has encountered this problem, and the person that helped him or her or them was the European rep. Yeah. Now, let me connect you to the European rep. Now you're taking the person to another higher, leadership, and from there, the European rep will say, "Oh, I think this problem is bigger than me. I can't really," or he may not say it, but just say, "I think I know the person that will really solve this," and then the person will then take you to the deputy Directorate of State. But what this member is seeking is to have access to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And you can actually have access to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by sending him direct message on Twitter or on I'm playing this now, Mazi, based on Father Oyendo is out. Yeah, Oyendo is out. So you want to send Oyendo, and you know that when you send Oyendo message, Oyendo may not even see it because he has so much he's dealing with. Yeah. Now you now go to the European rep. So Oyendo may answer the European rep 2 hours after he has sent the message, but the director, the head of Directorate of State would give Oyendo just one ring, and Oyendo will pick up. I don't know if this analysis is
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so once Oyendo picks up, that's it. Oyendo say, okay, I will do this. God may not actually give the pastor the direct answer, but you will see a little bit of things changing and going. So that's what I'm trying to say. When someone goes to a pastor and say, "Oh, pastor, pray for me, please, I have this problem," it does not mean that the member cannot pray. It's just because the member believes that if the pastor prays, the pastor is in the position to access God quicker than themselves. But when you're a spiritual person, you know you can tap into that just by yourself, and you can go in by mindfulness. So Mazi, to making conscious decision about faith and how mindfulness can impact that. Mindfulness is a pretty straightforward word, but in all honesty, Mazi, the person who has actually given me the biological picture of mindfulness wasn't Nabi Kem. I've always just thought about mindfulness in terms of meditation and the rest of it, but Nabi Kem, I will find that video and maybe probably blur his face and just use his voice. He told me the part of brain that is activated, and then I think he told Sister Mercy as well when we went for this early art. He explained, and music justice as well. I think he's explained it to him as well. How mindfulness works, how the part of brain that he used to go into mindfulness. So, because he got a mindfulness graduation certificate, and I thought, what is it exactly that you do in mindfulness? Because I wanted to know. And he told me, and I said, what do you do? He said they sit on the floor sometimes and they cross their legs.
Meditation. Yeah.
Absolutely. So he was able to give me the biological explanation of mindfulness, what the brain does, and what he does. I can't remember the name of the part of the brain that he uses, and he talks about the pineal gland. And he showed me where the pineal gland is, and I said, this pineal gland is the third eye for me, because sometimes when I speak to Nabikem at night, I use my thumb to place in between his brows. That is where the third eye is. And if that is opened, then you are in the skies. Anyway, that's the teaching for another day. And by the way, that's how I spoke in tongues. So when I say to you that I am a sympathic, it doesn't mean that I'm not a Christian. It means that I'm everything, and I can unify everything into one. But before all these as I we always call the churches in there. Before these churches started to erupt from every corner back home, I recall I had attended over 25 churches. There was a day I wrote the churches that I've attended down. There were over 25. I had been to cherubim and seraphim. I had been to these two types of Shabbat. I've been to the one that wear white and red. I've been to the one that does not wear anything. The Seventh-day Adventist. I've been to that one. I've been to Apostolic Church. I've been to Catholic. I know their songs. I know their routines. I know everything. I've been to Anglican, Methodist, Protestant. I've been to Church of England. Well, that one. I've been to St. Peter's, but this one. Assemblies, of course. That is where we were groomed. We were groomed in Assemblies of God Church. And I was a missionary. I've been to what church have I not been to? I've been to a lot of churches, so I understand what they do. And I my uncle who is late now, he's was his second wife. They give you so much fear, like but they disappear, they appear, they do this, and then and like I said, I've been to cherubim and seraphim, and that was cherubim and seraphim. I don't know why that is the case, but in cherubim you see some practical, rituals and things that are good, and then that is where I got the sense of understanding incense. So these things have formed my path and my journey through spirituality and awakening. And I spoke in tongues, Mazi. I was between, I think I was going to 12. I was going to 12 years old when I spoke in tongues. Now, I also have a teaching in speaking in tongues. It's not just, it's not specific to Christians speaking in tongues. You will be marveled. I spoke in tongues between that age of 11 and 12. And it was through my third eye that I spoke in tongues. I did not learn it. There are people that in the Christian embassy. I've also been to Christian embassy. Absolutely. So I think
you know what they want to say before they start speaking. Which makes a mockery of it. Speaking in tongues is more an act of spirituality than religiosity.
Absolutely. So, and when that happened, it happened from a place of clean energy. You're somewhere that you become instantly, you transcend into a certain realm, and then you begin to come back to reality, and that is when you begin to hear yourself of what you're saying. So as the energy is going down, you begin to hear yourself, and that is when you become conscious of what your tongue is, and then you begin to go. So that is a teaching for another day. But what mindfulness suggests is that the mind is fully attending to what is happening, to what you're doing, that's consciousness, to the space you're moving through. that is the mindfulness. And I think last time I was here on Radio Bethel, I talked about the different levels of consciousness, from the primal to the intuitive, which is the highest level of consciousness. I seem trivial, but except for the annoying part, annoying fact that we so often veer from the matter at hand. So our mind, takes flight. Once in a while, we lose touch with our body, and pretty soon we're engrossed in obsessive thoughts about something that just happened, or fretting about the future, and that makes one anxious. And this can cause stress. Mindfulness is the basic human ability to be fully present, aware of where you are or what you're doing, and not overly reactive or overwhelmed by what is going on around us. I remember Nabi telling me, how the brain, you sit down. So when someone is screaming in the room and yelling, you're breaching that noise. You're there, but you're stopping that noise from distracting you. So it is a quality that every human being already possesses. Some of the things that I say, we already have it. Just like I talked about frontal lobe. Some people are very upset that I said Igbo do not have frontal lobe. Everybody has frontal lobe. You just have to activate it. You have to develop it. You have to train it. So mindfulness is not something you have to conjure up and just have to, and just snap your finger and you just have to, learn how to access it. So these things that we talk about, we have these things, we all do. So in making a conscious decision about religion or faith, it is as making decision about any other thing in life, Mazi. So mindfulness will help one to deliberate and have a thoughtful process in exploring beliefs, exploring values, core values, and personal experiences. So, religion. Somebody, there was this person who said, I no longer attend Apostolic Church of Faith, I now attend Olumba because they cured my disease for me. I've seen somebody who moved from there to there. So by personal experience, people can become mindful, and it helps them to explore other beliefs, and you see them making decisions about maintaining a certain faith. Just as you talked about how because of the hymn that you like in, is it Anglican? Or you love the hymn. So you can see someone attending. I like this man. What's his name? Odumeje. He makes me.
Because of his comedy approach to his own religion.
Absolutely, not just that. It is this thing. He has this.
And I don't say comedy in a derogatory way, but he's a fantastic entertainer for me.
But he's also, the man is.
Well, he has message.
Yes, he has he's a conscious being. Because there's this thing that I found about him. He likes someone who's educated. I don't know this obsession with someone who's a graduate. So it makes me laugh. So my sister would tell me, I would laugh and laugh. Oh my God. So I've always liked him. I think I came to know who he is.
He has his own definition of every word, and then he will go into the archaeological.
During COVID, that was
to figure out something that may be complete opposite of the actual definition.
So I got to know him during COVID, when they say, who are you? And I like the way he questioned that was what actually got me to, but he made it in a way that people were laughing. But he was asking COVID, who are you? Where are you from? But maybe, our people, as if English is our language, but a Chinese man would speak English wrongly, and they will still be in awe rather of the Chinese person who is not speaking proper English. English is the language of the English people, not ours. So because of the major was saying who are you from, who sent you, people were laughing. So that was an authority. He knew his authority. because he knew where the COVID was coming from. He was asking, who are you? Where are you from? So in spiritual warfare, these are the kind of these are the commanding, because if you're in a warfare, you have to put on the armor of war. So when you're fighting, your movement changes from when you're cool, you're calm, you're in peace. So when the major was asking that question, you could see the power that he was exhibiting. People think it's just a physical stuff. These things, because you're shouting, you have that authoritative voice. It's an energy. You're releasing it, and it's doing something. So people need to understand this, and when they laugh, ha ha ha, and when they do, you need to find the meaning in things that people do, and that way it would make sense. So, as I said, it helps you to explore beliefs and values and personal experiences, which would then, that would inform your conclusion. So, when you make this decision about what faith or religion you want to hold on to, it comes from your mindfulness, from your search, from you understanding what is happening around you and being able to make a well-informed decision. So, it includes considering different religious perspectives. Sorry, Mazi, did you say something? I didn't.
No, I was going to say thank you for sharing your own personal experience and even the background to your spirituality and faith generally. Just to say, because you mentioned the period Onyendu transformed from being, I suppose, a Christian to a Judaist. Mm-hmm. Would you say it's the same kind of thought process that led him to, I know it's this sense of spirituality, as I said earlier, are individualistic, but from being that it's the year you mentioned, you were already together with Onyendu, would you say it was the same thought process that led him to it, and why didn't you join him in Judaism?
Good question. It is by that. But like I said, when we begin to travel, when we begin to journey into your higher self, into a spiritual, if you're going through a spiritual journey, you begin to see things for what they are truly. But like I said to you, every religion that exists, there is none that I am not open-minded to, that I can draw from. And I pick all of this and I unify them into one. So in spirituality, you're central. You're standing, you're like the tree. And all these religions, they're lost branches. Does that make a sense? But when Onyendu became a Judaist, like I said, I was pregnant when I became, I still attend church. Now, I can attend a church, I can attend a synagogue, I can go to a church, what is it called? Absolutely. If I'm sitting with Onye Umenale, I tap their energy. I'm just giving myself off. So if I'm sitting with Onye Umenale, I can tell what Onye Umenale is thinking is the energy. I work a lot with energies. We pick these things. And when Onye Umenale is explaining Afa, now Afa, sometimes you throw runes and you explain what they mean. I don't rely on that. So a man who goes and listens, it's a way of life as well. But you have to be careful because it can be misinterpreted. So when you're throwing that rune, if you pour out is it cowrie? Some people use cowrie. Yoruba, Mafa, they use cowrie. Yes. Now some interpret based on the understanding of the formation of the runes when they throw it. But I prefer famous side of explanation of those runes because this person sees. Now, even though there are people that as you're coming in, they can see where you're coming from. There are people like that. They can see you. Not in that show that pretend and the pure in heart. They can see who, as you sit down, they tell you what is bothering you.
And those are the true prophets and prophetess.
Absolutely. So I don't need to come tell you that, oh, I have this problem with this person after this, so I have to throw the ruins to explain to you what the spirits are saying. As you're talking to me about that person, I am taking your energy. If you bring a third person into that conversation, I pick the third person's energy as well. Is that mad? It is that frightening, Mazi. So it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of purification. It takes a lot of solitude. The journey that you take alone to find these things. So when Oyindu became that, I understood, because it comes also from that mindfulness. Oyindu had looked around. Oyindu had found the things around him. He had understood the thought process and the core values and the structures of where he was as a Christian, and he looked at other structures, and in well-informed process, or conclusion, he made that decision, and we're where we are today. And it's not something he's taking, lightly. It's something he understands how it works. And although when they pray, they look for the direction of the sun. You have to find the direction of the sun. That is how they pray. That's how Muslims pray as well. They seek the direction of the sun. And you have to pray. And when I look at the Bible where it talks about the Pharisees and Sadducees, I don't need to know they're praying. So that apart, I understand all these things are energies. The fact that they seek the direction of the sun, don't take it lightly, because the sun has its energy. So this is a different teaching entirely, Mazi. So when people seek the stars
your parents-in-law, Eze and Eze, receive Oyindu's conversion, if you like, from Christianity to Judaism.
So are
there other members of the family that are Judists, that that are practicing one, not the ones that say what they don't do?
I think Oyindu and I think Kingsley is a member as well. It's yes.
Okay.
I don't know Kingsley.
I didn't know that.
He practices there. Like I said, all the things are, to me, is the same thing. We're all coming from, so that spirituality now, Mazi, is the center. And then someone comes off and says, okay, I want to do it like this. So this spirituality, I want to use these core values and this external behaviors to access the spiritual path. And it becomes a religion. Yeah, so if people understand this, they will stop having problems with another religion that is not theirs. It's very important.
And also, it is pertinent to stress this point you just made, Lolo, in IPOB and our Biafra restoration movement as a calling. I will come to calling before we see whether we take one or two calls. People should not be hung up about people's individual decision on religiosity and spirituality. Since Oyindu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was criminally kidnapped, an extraordinary rendition in illegal incarceration in the zoo, some elements within the IPOB have started battles that are quite destructive from our goal or mission, fighting about religiosity and spirituality. Knowing tonight, today, Easter Sunday, in the year of Chukwukabiyama 2025, that our leader, Oyindu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is not interested in your religiosity, even your spirituality. Though it clearly states that behind we have more. Biafra is a spirit, and we say Biafra is our religion. In IPOB, on Radio Biafra, is where we worship. Those are mantras, those are slogans, those are parables that you need a lot of divine wisdom to understand their true practical meaning and application. I want to urge all Ezigbo Chineke to understand that Biafra as a nation remains secular. When you say it, where people are free to practice any religiosity, spirituality of their choice, as long as the practice does not in any way infringe on people's fundamental human rights or the nation's goal of development and solving human problems. We've heard it today from Lolo, who is Onyendu's heartthrob and closest person. You cannot be closer than to somebody than their wife or husband. That would be hypocritical of anybody to make such claim. Even your siblings cannot be closer and shouldn't be closer. Lolo has made it clear to each and every one of us today where Onyendu stands and still stands as far as spirituality and religiosity are concerned. The most important thing is the awakening of your consciousness, your spirit man. Man is unisex in this context. Your spirit man is what you need that is truthful to bring on board, bring to the table for Biafra restoration to happen. You're still listening to the UK Time Out of Radio Biafra on this special Easter episode of our program. We have in the studios with us tonight as our special guest, IPOB's First Lady and Onyendu's wife, Lolo Uchechi Game, Anyanwotutu Okukano. And Lolo, thank you for the insights you have provided so far. I know I've asked that question about Onyendu, and thank you for volunteering the answer. Needless to say that the answer to how Eze and Ugeze, an entire family felt about the conversion, you would have seen it in practice before. Let's look at them, accord them to eternal rest. May their souls continue to rest in peace. So it wasn't a problem in the family. No, therefore, no, why should it be a problem in the larger society and in our nation, Biafra? Why should people be fighting and killing one another in the name of religiosity or even spirituality, even before we get the freedom we are fighting for? All that energy should be channeled towards our liberation and the restoration of Biafra. Now, let's talk a little bit about being conscientious as opposed to being conscious. Sometimes people say, oh, this person has no conscience. In your own understanding, is there any human being without a conscience? Or is that a way of saying that a person's conscience or consciousness means reawakening, means resurrection? In other words, they're in coma, if not dead.
Well, thank you, Mazi. Mazi, someone's conscience can be dead, but that is metaphorical, because as you just said, this person has no soul, or this person has no conscience. There are human beings with dead conscience, or say without conscience. These are people with diminished. For you to say that, it means that these are people, or you have identified that these person or these people have a diminished sense of morality, who have lost their moral compass, their ability to empathize with others, and or their sense of guilt or remorse for their actions is dead, is absent. So yes, Mazi, there are humans without conscience. I don't think I remember the rest of the question. You talked about.
Yeah, I think you have answered it, because I was thinking, I do align with that answer, but sometimes, given what has been going on in our land, that's where this question came from. It's not something I planned to ask, but I'm just reflecting on what has been going on in our land since Onyendu has been put where he is today. People have become savage and claiming to do the evil they do in the name of Onyendu. And the hunger and anger in the land has led to a lot of atrocities. We know about Rukite and other nonsensical practices and evil, vile, and that people tend to link or lynch onto spirituality. They claim they are performing ordinara. And others are claiming they are doing what they are doing in the name of Onyendu Mazin and the Kano as a way for Onyendu to be released. Some criminals and epidemics parading everywhere, killing our people, committing all manner of evil and atrocities in the name of Onyendu and IPOB. And I asked myself, do these people have conscience? If they do, is it alive? Can it be awakened? Or is it completely dead? So this is where I'm coming from, Lolo.
Okay, Mazi. All right. Okay, yes. So, as I said, when someone has a dead conscience, or when someone's conscience is dead, it is a person with diminished sense of morality. This is an entire study of his own. There's a shift in their sense of morality. There's a shift. They have disconnected from guilt and responsibility. And then there's a shift in cultural and philosophical perspective. These are people who, for them, they didn't just conjure this behavior. They are people who are already in a state craved of morality, sense of morality. They don't have it. So they have just found an opportunity or an opportunity presented itself for them to come together as people who have the same shift in perspective and morality to commit these atrocities. So it's just like someone coming to church. Some people just come to church. They just think that some maybe they don't have anywhere to go. Some people can't really sit on their own. They can't stay in their houses. So they just want to go to somewhere. They go to church for a reason. There are 1,001 reasons that people attend church for. Yeah. So you might see somebody in church. This person is a killer. This person is a thief. Is an armed robbery member. Is a ritualist, but is in church. But he's there for a reason. Yeah. So it could be that he's waiting for an opportunity. You know, when you work with people and you say, "Oh God, I never knew you were like this. If anybody told me that this is you, I will not believe. Even in my dream, I will wake up." No, don't wake up. That person has that trait in them. Just that the right opportunity has not presented itself. The right circumstance has not occurred. So you will be shocked that these imbeciles committing these atrocities have always been like this. They were just waiting, or perhaps there will be, I said this before, some people who left IPOB didn't leave IPOB because they were deceived. People who have remained in IPOB under the leadership of Nnamdi Kanu are the people who truly joined the movement for what they understood it to be. Regardless the circumstance, they have remained because they understood, or they understand their belief, they understand the core value of what they're doing. Nobody preached and begged for them to join. Now, these ones that left because the opportunity presented itself. And they're showcasing who they are. I have groomed myself to a point where I don't expect any mighty, marvelous, miraculous thing from any human being. I kid you not. That is how far I have grown. Whatever you do, even before you do it, I know you can do it. The question is, am I allowing it to form who I am? Am I allowing it to make me a different person? Am I allowing it to affect who I am? Now, if I allow these things, then you have the upper hand to determine who I am. But because you are a person, because I understand the intricacies of humans, and I became so intrigued. I probably should have read psychology or something, but no. I became intrigued. I became obsessed by the human nature that I began to dig so deeply that we have found how fickle humans are. So when I'm seeking a trait in a person, I'm seeking honesty. I'm not even seeking loyalty. Honesty. Because someone who is honest will tell you, I'm leaving, I don't think I like this place any longer because this and that. That's honesty. I also like transparency. I'm telling you beforehand. So these people are criminals. They are damaged, because for you to have a diminished sense of morality, it could be from harmed or weakened external or internal factors. These are things that could affect one's mental or emotional state. So some possible examples of some such factors are trauma, abuse, some of these people are mentally ill. I always talk about how people are mentally unstable. You think I'm joking. We take lightly the human, our people's mental state. We take it very lightly. If only the person who's taking off their clothes are in the market, running naked, you don't know the knock-on effect of the trauma, hardship, wickedness of man against man, what it has caused someone to become. So some of these factors could be trauma, abuse, mental illness, addiction, nonsense, constant intake of external substances, all these ill substances that changes the brain wave and changes how people perceive reality. They begin to see the other way. It becomes a left-wing play for them. And then there is repeated exposure to violence or corruption. These are the things that kill people's conscience. Nobody is born without conscience, But then it is the environment that now begins to make it become existential. If you give birth to a child and not groom the child at all, just leave the child to grow up, depending on the environment. It grow up in a space without nobody. When the child comes out, you will see the difference. How can the child do because there is no impacted anything. So everything that you see humans doing, they picked from their environment. So when a child or somebody begins to see violence all their lives, or you see, there's a video I saw the other day. You see these madmen killing our people. They go and track their childhood, Mazi. Track the environment they grew up in. Track it. Track it. It is something that they're used to. It is who they have become. Some of them are already criminals, and they were not known until Mazi Nnamdi was taken. And then a monkey came out from somewhere and said, let's start jumping from one branch to another. And they say, yes, because if you decide to sell tomato nkwasi now here, you will see people that will buy it. They prefer the stew made from tomato nkwasi. You will see customers. So however crazy you are, you see a fellow you know. So these are the things that you find amongst the people whose conscience is dead, or their consciences are dead. They have no ability to empathize with others, because if you have empathy, because the sense of guilt or remorse for your action is dead, has become absent. You have no empathy, you have no moral compass to check, to direct your behavior. You see someone, you butcher the person. So they disconnect from guilt, and this comes or forms from constant indulgence in evil. You see some movies, they ask someone to kill somebody. The first time they asked him to kill somebody, he was scared and didn't want to do that. Then, what's this movie? I think it was Beast of No Nation, I think, something like that. The next time the child kills, and then that's how he became an expert. And before you know, this guy does not look back when he wants to kill. He just kills ruthlessly. So this crime, they continue to do it over time. Then their conscience dies. That's how. It doesn't mean that the conscience is not dead, but because it's dead. Because it's dead, then they just carry on and so these people doing this, and it is who they are. The opportunity just presented itself. Mazi Nnamdi was taken. They came to destroy IPOB and form different criminal gangs. These people didn't just start to. These are kidnappers already, kidnapping. There was a time, what age, that they were using basket of akara to pay for ransom and rice. I think these are the people. So they have graduated now into higher operational function to work for higher people. So I'm saying this also from a video I saw recently, and when I saw the video, I knew that the imbecile, something had happened to them. When you want to know, if you want to know that these people are humans, it's catch them or pinch them where it aches, then you will see that they were once humans, and they once knew what it was or what it is to feel pain, to be hurt by a human being. But one thing they don't know is that I've never seen anybody, I've never heard anybody who was a horrible killer who just died peacefully. No. I've never seen that. I don't know if you have seen Mazi. So for that question, yes, there are people without conscience, and these are people who have lost their sense of morality, they have disconnected from guilt. Because for you to continuously kill your own person, your own brother, you must have removed yourself. So, such strategies like you live in this denial, and then you rationalize and justify the nonsense you're doing. You project the madness. You know how they're lying. Oh, they were doing it for Biafra. You are insane. You're doing it for which Biafra? Is that how Ojukwu fought? Our eternal father Ojukwu, was that how he fought? Was that how our forefathers fought to keep our territories up until today? And even after this fight took place, no victor, no vanquished, we have remained targeted. We are under the suppressive scrutiny and manipulation. We are under the manipulation of these higher powers, neo-colonialists, who have decided to suppress us. Just to say, one thing Andy said some time ago. Once a German sees a Jewish person, how Nazis were to the Jews, is how British government sees any other person. Forget all this
the scourge. We under their scourge.
We have been, and these monkeys do not understand. There is thing about. I talked about this warrior and soldier thing, in Italy. By the way, I know I've tweeted. I just want to use this opportunity to say thank you to our Italian family. How they showed us love. I can't say thank you enough. It is not something I take lightly or for granted. And I can't pray for them enough. I can't pray for them enough. I pray for God's mercy, for God's wisdom, and I pray that by this resurrection of Christ, that everything that they thought had been dead is resurrected in their lives, in every aspect of their life. It is what I speak tonight. I speak resurrection. You see. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Mazi. So going back to this
for a particular question.
Okay. Sorry, did you say hang on?
No, I say if you get round off on that particular question.
Okay, yes. Okay, Mazi. Yes. So now for these shifts in all these perspectives, our traditional perspective, because we are not people that kill our own, we protect our own. So we need education, continuous education, and our media warriors are doing a fantastic job. So they will continue to call them, they will continue to tell them, they will continue to teach them what they do not, they will continue to show them the picture of goodness. For since they don't know the good, they don't. That's a shift in perspective, Mazi. It's a shift in the sense of morality, because they can't differentiate. They have killed their conscience in so much that they can't differentiate good from bad. It's just like someone who lies, just without thinking about it. They have lied and lied and lied and lied. They can't say the truth. Like, when they speak the truth, they will die. They don't even know the truth any longer. They tilt to the lies. So whenever you ask them something, by default, they tell you the other side. How they're you don't know how powerful the mind is.
For truths. Every time truth comes up, they are irritable, they are uncomfortable,
they are upset about it. So it is how powerful the mind is, that you train a mind and train. So you wonder how somebody can lose weight, by targeting that specific place. And it works with the mind. The mindfulness that you talked about here, Maza, is powerful. By mindfulness, you can connect. Let's assume I want to lose weight on my left what's it called, around the arm. So it's by, I think, triceps, glutes, and the rest of them. So when you're doing that, you have to connect. Now, there is something called targeted. Some people just do exercise, you just move your body and that's it. But when you target, you feel your mind go to that point and isolate your shoulder, the blade. I don't know if Nnamdi Kim was here now. Nnamdi Kim would have given me the name of. He asked me this question and I failed all the questions. He said, so he knows the name of the blade. He would have given me the name now. So you isolate that. Between that and your elbow, you isolate it, and then you begin to walk. So it is your mind connecting. So that mindfulness, and that's one thing I enjoy with Pilates and yoga. It is mindfulness that work with it. When you begin to do your exhale, and form a certain movement, you can now see healing also comes from that. If you have, less noise around your environment, all these meditations, they work. So, Mazi, to round up, these people have removed, they have detached. There is a shift in their sense of morality, in their ability to have guilt and show responsibility. There's a shift, and there's a shift in their cultural, philosophical perspectives. Because with these monkeys, they understand who we are as a people. As a people, we are very spiritual people. We are not killers. We don't kill. We don't shed blood. So there's a shift in that perspective, and they need to go and find that shift before they go by the same knife and gun that they use, because that is their fate if they do not change. It's a promise.
Thank you, Lolo. Thank you. As you were answering that question very elaborately, I sort of, in my mind, had a detour to connect the dots, linking conscience, mindfulness, and action. And I just came up with a phrase now. The conscientious is conscious and cautious. I repeat that. The conscientious is cautious and conscious, or rather conscious before cautious. In other words, the person with conscience is awake, and they are also mindful of their action. They are careful of consequences. They evaluate and assess risk before taking them. They are not reckless. They are not careless. They are not callous. And these elements that Lolo describes earlier on embody all these negative things: very careless, reckless, callous, mean, wicked, obnoxious, and they think that by so being it makes them superior, or elevates their status even when they are midgets. I'm not even talking about being midgets physically alone. They are midgets morally, intellectually, and otherwise. Biafrans are not midgets. They are not intellectual dwarfs. We are not moral microcosms. We are people of high standing. When we say we are Ezigbo Umuchineke, means we are elevated, means there are Umuchineke and we are the Ezigbo, the purified Umuchineke, the original, the authentic, the genuine Umuchineke. You cannot be that and you operate at a pedestrian level, at a basement level of operation, which is what some idiots claim they are Biafran Liberation Army, they are auto criminals and other nonsense they allude to themselves in the name of Nnamdi Kanu and even IPOB. Hallowed names, for that sake, have reduced our operational modus operandi and methodology too. It's an absolute disgrace and a big shame. No, Zoo's former president, Goodluck Jonathan, recently, was quoted in most part of the media to say something I found very intriguing. that it is very difficult to wake up somebody who is pretending to be asleep. In other words, it's easier to wake up somebody who is truly deeply asleep than to wake up somebody who is pretending to be asleep. And that also applies to when you try to look for someone who is not hiding but pretending to be hiding. That particular quote, I've reflected a lot on it and merely want to try a piece about it this week. Relating it to consciousness. People without conscience, as we made, conscientiousness as well. People living the lie, pretending to be what is not real. Flattering to deceive. A life of make-believe, which we have seen a lot of it in this movement, in this quest for Biafran restoration of late. So tonight we are looking at consciousness. What are the steps in raising or resurrecting consciousness? We've been able to already establish the domino effects of consciousness as it relates to redemption, the resurrection Christians are celebrating today, and restoration and salvation. Now, are there deliberate steps towards awakening or raising rather, or resurrecting, whichever one that may apply, consciousness in our people? One of it is what I think the Directorate of State has been doing with the Agricultural Revolution projects, highly commendable. What other steps, Lord, do you think might be of necessity and urgency, even while we are still working assiduously for Hindu's release?
Yes, Nazi. I think to simply put an answer to this question is all the steps are all encapsulated into one frame, and that frame is knowing. And how would a person know? The person would know by constant stating. Just this citation you gave that Goodluck Jonathan stated. It is difficult to wake up someone who is pretending to be asleep because the person is not asleep. The person knows that they want to do something, so they are pretending to be asleep. And that leads to how do I put it? What I've said in the past, that these people who just keep shouting, I was deceived, I'm not sure where to go to, and I don't know who to follow. I'm confused. They are pretending to be asleep, but they are not asleep. They are quite awake. They are just, because the human mind, when you see people, the human mind is so fickle, Master. It is so fickle that you will be hurt if you don't understand how fickle the human mind is. So, the person who is sleeping, you would wake the person, you call the person. In fact, I want to put together some of these videos as when Nabi Kim was a few months old. 2 months. I started waking him up when he was 2 weeks. When he's 2 weeks old, I would Nabi Kim, you see him, he will open his eyes. I will call him. So that call, I didn't know what I was doing then because yes, I had started my spiritual journey then, but not as much I have gone now. It is now that when I saw those videos and I thought, okay, Okay, so I put it together. So whenever Medicaid is sleeping now, no matter how tired if he let's go. You call him, he'll answer you, he'll wake up. So could it be that it was because I was constantly why was I always waking a baby up? I don't know. I would always say Nabikim, wake up. Like I like to talk to him. Like when it's time for me to do something with him, maybe give him a bath or something, I wake him up. The fact that he's sleeping, let me let him sleep. No, I wake him. I call him, and you see, he will wake up. As little as he was then. So that constant act has become a part of him. So that is how you mold minds. So for people who were not, or their formational age was not in a frame that would be beneficial to the society, because when a child is being framed or formed in an environment that is hostile, filled with corruption and violence and lies and misbehaviors, that child is not except as a strong-minded child who had gone somewhere and had seen a sudden different behavior. And in his mind tilts to that side. You see that child begins to form towards that line of difference that he or she picked somewhere else. So just like you come to a very bad place filled with the women who are into prostitution, the men there are I think I saw this movie called Shanty Town or something like that on Netflix some years ago, and the environment is so horrible. So, but then you see a child who actually is well mannered in that environment. How do you think that happens? Yeah, the child would be different from every other person there. You would see the child would have empathy, would do this, so except on such special occasions. But other than that, the child formed in these ill environments are never useful to the society. So when you have a child or a man who was grown in this bad state, they are actually asleep. Yeah, they are the ones who are asleep because that is all they have known. They've never known anything else. So they are very much asleep. The one who is pretending to be asleep, these dangerous ones that know that the authority is looking for me. Why are they looking for me? They're looking for you because you have done this, you have done that. So that thing that you've done, is it bad? Is it a bad thing? Yes. But you still find pleasure in doing those things. Now, the person who is asleep, who is not asleep but pretending to be asleep, is the person who comes to you and tells you how nice they are and how you should trust them. So they speak of goodness, they speak of beautiful things, they speak of consciousness, and you believe them and trust in them and begin to walk with them. They are pretending to be asleep. So in their own sleep, their pretense is that you think they are sleeping. Now I'm using this in a reverse context. So you think that both of you are in the same state, but they are wide awake to strike when you're not looking. The other person who is pretending to be asleep is the person telling you, the DOS did this, they did that. These are the ones who latch onto an excuse to commit evil. Oh, they did this, they did that. That is why I'm doing this. You're seeking for Biafra restoration. But that is not how it comes. You are not actually killing the person who is killing you. You're not killing the person who is oppressing you. You are killing the person who is crying with you to be saved. So it is very difficult to wake such a person. Why it is difficult is because you're singing and praying and saying stop teaching and indoctrinating, and they're listening to you, but then they can't hear you. Just as the criminal who is in front of the church wearing suits listening to pastor, and the church closes, they leave and they continue what they're doing. So it's difficult to wake these ones because they know what they're doing. So, but for a person to know in that frame of resurrecting consciousness, which has to do with constant stating. In constant stating, there are steps, or there are dimensions. Constant stating could be punishment. Constant stating could be teaching. Constant stating could be the spreading of good news, or so to say, preaching. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for, Mazi.
In IPOB,
absolutely,
they are reviving across Europe.
Absolutely.
In Italy is the beginning of European revival evangelism, and it's spreading like wildfire.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mazi, for coming to my head. It's like, oh, there's a word for preaching good news. What's the word? Yes, that's the word. Evangelism. So now, how these people can be resurrected? So by constant stating, you now see the percentage of Ndara will now begin to decline. So if they have their group like 50, let's say 50, they are 50. So by evangelism, by stating, by constant, as the media warriors are constantly dealing with them on social media, and I kid you not, those social media warriors, they're not sleeping, and what they're doing is not a joke, and it's going far. It goes very, very far. It goes very, very far. They are the frontline warriors. And I remember what I asked in Italy is, for soldiers and warriors. So one of the sister who stayed with me throughout said, I think we are both. And I said yes. And that's the most powerful. You're a soldier as well as a warrior. So because you're a warrior, you have decided also to join the soldier. But the person who is just a soldier is fickle, can decide to switch camp, can decide to, but as a warrior, you're fighting for your belief. You're fighting is mostly to protect. If you look at these historical warriors, it's always protecting and preserving their tribe, their land, who they are as a people, or what they believe in. So, Mazi, these mindfulness, it is mindfulness that will raise or resurrect consciousness, because in mindfulness, it's like watering. So, as you said, evangelism, by watering, how do you water? By the nearest person teaching, or this person seeking to learn. So you will see one who just woke up from sleep, or even the person who pretends to be sleeping will be tired now. At some point, you must wake up. Let's look at it literally. Let's use the literal form to analyze what will happen to the person who pretends they are sleeping. So when he's sleeping to strike, waiting for you, waking him up to leave, or because it's pandemic. If I really need you to wake up, you have to wake up. I mean, if we have a place to go, you will wake up. And when you wake up, if I am the leader or the platoon, whatever, and we are walking to a place, my eyes will be on you because I know you just woke up from sleep. Just like the Christians, when you convert someone, you have to go and visit them, you have to knock and, beg you, come and ask them, how are you doing? What was your week like? And the person, since I gave my life to Christ, I have been encountering this problem. My uncle has hated me since then. These are the problems I'm encountering. And you, being the person who led this new convert to Christ, you will constantly keep an eye on this new convert, constantly below waters of living life. So if rivers of living life. So if when you have resurrected in consciousness, it begins to show in the things you do. So these are the steps that I've mentioned: the watching, reflection, knowing, constant stating, and then constant meditation, and then carrying out the work, because that becomes a transformation. I mean, you begin to behave differently when these people killing our people. If they don't change, they will change either in death or in prison. It is one way or another. It's just two things that await them if they do not change. So they need to wake up and resurrect their consciousness and understand. Knowing that another steps is in reflection, or making the person know if there was a system it's not a retributive system. In retributive system is to catch the person, and everything they've done, make sure you do it to them, so they can feel the hurt that others have felt. And that's another way that such person can have a rethink and begin to resurrect from a bad box of living, the sphere of darkness, and they begin to come out, knowing that where they were hurting other people. It's a shameful thing. These people, when these things they do are done to them, they cry. So the question is knowing. You should know what I'm doing. If it's done to me, would I like it? No, then stop. But if you know that if it's done to you, it's all okay, knock yourself out. But then there is an end to that very path that you've taken, which never ever ends well. It's never a good encounter when it comes. When it's a day of reckoning, it never tells well. I think that's the steps, Mazi.
Yeah, thank you, Lolo. Very, very, very instructive. Very detailed as well. Thank you. Lolo, are you in the mood to take questions or calls, really? Somebody called that actually interrupted me, called directly on this line. I deliberately did not want to give out numbers tonight for call, because I think on a day like this, Easter Sunday, is still reflection time, and the topic we are discussing, I will suggest it more like a classroom. When Lolo is with us, it's always a lecture series. Sometimes it's more important to listen, active listening, to understand, and not listening to question or query or reply back, which sometimes a lot of people indulge in. And that's why we don't get a lot out of these invaluable sessions that Lolo in particular bring to the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra, and other distinguished guests and panelists that we've had on this show. So Lolo, should I open a line? Because in my mind, we were about rounding up. Yeah.
Okay, maybe the person who interrupted you, who knows?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're still listening to the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. This Easter Sunday, special Easter episode of our program. We have in the studios our First Lady, and again this wife, Lolo Uchechigeme, and I'm also to Okukano, giving us wonderful insights into redemption towards restoration for salvation, resurrecting consciousness or awareness, whichever way you prefer to say it. Lolo is gracious enough to take your calls, but let me give you the right number. Please do not call on the one that you attempted, the last caller. Rather, call on this. If you are calling from the UK, best advice to call direct using your minutes allowance or credit allowance on 0744 8183 132. Take the number again, 0744 8183 132. And if you are calling from outside of the United Kingdom, please do call via WhatsApp on the same number using the country code +44 744 8183 132 +44 744 8183 132 on WhatsApp to speak to Lolo and wish her happy Easter. We've been on for over 2.5 hours now. Lolo, you mentioned there about some of the steps, including retributive justice, caution, disciplinary, very, very important. And you also highlighted the great work IPOB media team are doing, all of us mostly, media warriors. But just as we talked about people without an awakened consciousness and also very diminished conscience, some people, because they've come into this movement, perhaps with ulterior motives, perhaps distracted by infiltrators or attracted to negativism, have resorted to doing the wrong things, hiding under the cloak of IPOB, the IPOB media warrior, or whatever facet of the movement that they are attached to. Some people, as media warriors, have started infighting, insubordination, indiscipline of a great, a very damaging magnitude, attacking, blackmailing, spreading malicious lies and falsehood against fellow principal officers, which is in direct contravention or contravening of the letters and spirit of the oath of allegiance all of us took. This week, one such person from Austria, one Maazị Obinna, that calls himself Methuselah, one named Melchizedek, has been suspended as an IPOB member in Austria. Clearly, he has been cautioned on a number of times, but has grown wings that he thought he could fly, forgetting that every feather in his wings or apparent wing was actually given and developed by IPOB. Some of our people, without being disrespectful to anyone, twist my tongue. We are people of very little identity before joining IPOB, but by the special grace of Chukwukabiyama, IPOB has projected them to limelight. The popularity or fame, whatever the thing it is, has got so much into their head that they have lost every ounce of discipline, morality, integrity, and dignity that they should have had. And some of these people, the only treatment that will work, as you rightly said, after applying several steps of restorative justice, will be retributive justice. So I've just remembered that we didn't mention this in the news bit, but this is important too, that the Austria National Coordinator, Maazị Melo, had every right within his authority to suspend the member in his within his jurisdiction who has contravened the tenets of our oath and code of conduct as well, regardless of how they think they have become famous in the name of IPOB media warrior. And that applies to every one of us in this movement or quest for Biafra restoration. Let that awakening, a resurrection of our consciousness, imbue in us discipline, especially imbue in us, concerning this, without discipline we are nothing. All that we need to move forward. We can take one or two calls. If they come through that number I've just mentioned, once again the numbers are direct line in the UK 0744-8183-132, and from out of the UK on WhatsApp the same number +44-744-8183-132. It's been a long night. Lola needs to rest, and my humble self as well. So we can only take a few calls while we are winding up. So Lola, what would you say to these people? I know we talked about the group that call themselves Until Onyendu Comes Out. But what will you say, let's leave them out for tonight, about this same other group that I have noticed in the movement are full of pronouncing our proclamations, affirmations, declarations. For example, which is valid, but they do not pronounce this with a sense of consciousness. Because as you said, they are saying one thing and doing another, in effect, or completely misinterpreting this maxim or slogans of the movement. What would you say to them?
Wait, sorry, can you explain that again, please? I said, your last explanation, which was quite detailed about steps towards resurrecting consciousness, I just added, I gave example of what's happened in Austria with one of our brothers just over the weekend. Then I also alluded that there are many people amongst us who cite one proclamation, affirmation, our slogans as declaration, but in practice, they do not live up to it. They say one thing and you observe them, evaluate them, and it's like they do the direct opposite of what they say. How do these behaviors affect what we're doing and Onyendu himself? Because everything we do, one way or the other, has a knock-on effect, a domino effect on our leader, Onyendu Mazen and the Kano. Okay, Mazi. Let me take this in the perspective that I understand it to be. So is that what you mean by when you say that? Are they the ones that say Onyendu when Onyendu comes out, or is it a different sect of? Because I want to understand that.
Yes, some people are in that camp, which I call Until Onyendu Comes Out camp. Others are like what Jonathan Goodluck said, pretending to be asleep, and they are more difficult to, if at all, almost impossible to wake up, because they are still, mingling with us, showing face, but not being in the place, if you know what I mean. I used to use the slogan, let's see your face in the place. It means you need to be actively engaged. But some people show face, but they're not actually in the place. Then they use our slogans and mantras to, like a recitation of proclamations and everything, but they don't live up to it. When the smallest wind blows, they are easily exposed. You see them challenging the leadership. You see them going on social media, blackmailing, spreading falsehood and everything, including even against your person. Sometimes they unconsciously do even against Onyendu, but they are still claiming to be part of the movement and claiming that what they are doing or saying they are doing for Onyendu.
Okay, Mazi. As I said, let me take this in the perspective. Let me take it in the light that I understand it to be. In consciousness, I did say something about different levels of consciousness. I mean, consciousness is the center of our being as a being. I don't know. So let me say it again. Consciousness is the center of our being as a being, so as a human being. So I removed the human being, and it's all being. Somebody told me that this is it's called I said something about something that sounded like Coca-Cola, and I said that's alliteration. Anyway, that's me on the side. In this operational level of consciousness, as a human being, what you do is the center of who you are, and what you do comes from you, whether you're being mindful or being mindless, because some people actually don't think before they do anything, they just do something. Some people think before they do things, but they think for their own selfish reason. And so I go back to my last broadcast. These are people who operate on the primal conscious level. The primal is the sorry?
Yes, Chief Nice, there's a call on the line. There's a caller.
Okay, Lolo, we have a caller back. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Yes, go ahead and speak.
Good evening, Nice and Our Lady Lolo. Just a contribution to tonight's discussion. Sorry, let me just turn down the...
Mazi, could you please turn your the audio, the volume of your device down? And if you are listening to Radio Biafra, yes, okay, much better.
Yeah, thank you so much. Your opening remarks, you did mention about Christianity, how Christianity came involved. And you were saying that tradition and culture was self-instituted before Christianity, which is perfectly right. And then, if you read the whole of the Bible, it's all about tradition and culture. Now, that's the first thing. And the second thing is, if we're talking about Biafra, without actually looking into our own tradition and culture, it's going to be a little bit difficult for people to understand. What do I mean by tradition and culture? We have examples, something like the 30th of May coming up. We have another example of so many things, even our agricultural revolution they're talking about. I was thinking of writing something about agriculture, how we cultivate things in the village and everything, how people take it so sacred. It's part of our tradition and culture. And because these things have been eroded, it looks like we are losing the battle slowly. So I wonder if you people can throw a little bit light on Biafran tradition and culture and how it can help our movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you very much. Thank you for calling in. Lolo, I'm sure you heard him. I will say that that sounds more like a topic on its own. But if you may just chip in and then continue with where you stopped.
Thank you. And Mazi, to me everybody is Mazi. every man is Mazi to me, and everywhere is Wada or Lolo to me. So it's a sign of for me, it's a sign of connecting with that person. So, if I understand correctly, he said, is there a way we can throw more light on our tradition and culture as a way of, how did he put it, Mazi? I think he sounded quite far. but I picked up
Yes.
debate.
Mazi, can you quickly rephrase it if you're still there? Well, if not, what I understood he said is if there's a way we can link our tradition and culture with the religiosity, in this instance, Biafra Restoration Movement, as we see it. You know, I said already that we say Biafra is our religion. So, but he is also saying, from what I said in the preamble, that our tradition and culture is also a part of whatever religion we profess. And that should also come into how we approach Biafra restoration. We cited the agricultural revolution, which the DOS launched last year, and we have taken a notch this year, in implementation. That is sort of getting our people to understand, for example, that agriculture, farming, is part of our culture and tradition.
Okay. Thank you very much. So to a little bit of light on that, he did say something that in the Bible is tradition and culture, and that is, when I talk about plastic and eclecticism, it's understanding that all of these are interconnected, intertwined. They're all the same thing, all given, is all semantics. Being, giving, different, and as humans, we just, humans are complex. There's always this person trying to paint their own differently from the other person's, but it's the same thing. So our tradition and culture, in our tradition and culture, farming, farming is a spiritual thing. It's physical to a lot of people. And there's something that I kind of, like I said, I'm always somebody who works with energy. There's this thing that I put together, yam, G. I see G, Allah, and ego as having the same spiritual weight, having the same weight in the spiritual realm. I'm yet to really go into that. I really want to go in and break it down, bring someone who understand all of this, and then we can break it down together. Is the sense of feeling. It's just, even without all this weight, loss and health thing going on, just in my energy, I picked that banana has so much calories, banana can make someone put on so much weight. In my own state, I just knew that cold water makes someone to lose weight. I mean, it increases your metabolism, and then it was after I'd grown up, in this research and things, and I read about the chemical reactions and things that happen when you use cold water to wash, because everyone is cold, So I picked these things. So to shed a little more light on our tradition and our culture, if you now connect it to Biafra restoration, what is Biafra restoration? So when we go and break down from the inception of who we are, then it will make more sense. So I understand what our brother said, that it will be difficult. It will be difficult because of the rigidity that we talked about in religion. Because in religion, it is more physical, it's more external. They are not open-minded. They have not, because they believe, they are believers. They just believe the core frame of where they found themselves, of the religion that they believe in. Not being able to understand the connection and the connectivity between where they are and what the other religion is about. In every religion, just tell me one thing. I did say that what is one thing that is common in everything is the logos. In Mandela Wafao, Mandela speak in tongues, Mandela what is it called? Mandela rituals. What is prayer? Is rituals, and what is this? Is energy. It's vibration. It is I don't know. I just wish that the people can. And our people don't do meditation now. They don't do meditation. Even science. I keep telling them, what is science? Science is spiritual. You know, it is nature. What is science? Everything in science. What is it? All the equipment that exists. How does it come into form? Comes from a natural resource. Every synthetic thing, you can have 10 levels of synthetic, but the original formation or original the original form of the material that is forming the synthetic one came from a natural source. So prayer, incantation, or cursing people. How do you think that somebody curses somebody and then it comes to pass? It's vibration. Now, I'll give you an example. A and B got the same treatment from C and D. So let's say that C treated A exactly how D treated B. Now, A laid curse on C and B laid curse on D. And then it actually happened that C encountered few weeks later or few months later what A spoke upon him. And then D, maybe never got it at all. Maybe it later in life, maybe even the B that laid the curse was no longer there, and even the D that the laid curse was no longer there, and it becomes generational, but very, very low frequency, very low impact, What do you think happened? What do you think was the difference? The difference is in the vibration. The energy by which the A released his own is different from the energy by which the B released her own or his own. So it is the difference in that energy. So it could be that A was really a pure-hearted person and was broken and released in contrite spirit and broken heart. But B, not very serious. So these are different stuff entirely. But I'm just trying to state that all this religion and this is different. But for a people, their religion will come from who they are. Just as you have the Judaism and it's, the Old Testament, it's about the people, the Jews. Is about the people. So if you come into the Hindus and the Buddhists and the Zoroastrian and Sarah Guru Maharaj, whatever his name is, these people form all of this religion from who they are. But in the end, they're all the same thing. They're seeking the same thing. So as Biafrans, we are spiritual in nature. And one thing we must understand that is in religion, in spirituality, in everything, is all about spoken words. It's all about energy. It's about what you say, what you do, what you release. So agriculture, people farm it as a way of, getting food. Yeah, we farm. We're not the only people that farm. Every other culture, they farm. England here, they used to farm. We had the farming age. And before we came into industrial age, and then now we're in the digital age. And so that is
the farming is still on a large scale.
Thank you. So even in these
a very key industry.
Absolutely. So even in these transitions, none actually has been completely eradicated or extirpated. Yeah, or eliminated. So farming is something that is a primary need of a man. Number one thing is food now. You don't mind going naked, you have to put food in your stomach. So it's very important. So farming is our culture, is about it. We're not only what every other person farms. So what is unique to us as a people? I can remember also, you know, but in all of these, there is meaning to them in spirituality and in physicality. You're creating something, you know, but they all have spiritual meanings because everything that we do, most of it comes, you know, from the spiritual control, even though we don't understand it.
Right, thank you, Lolo. I think we'll begin to wrap it up now. Just
you cut me short, but that's okay.
Sorry, no,
it's okay. No, it's okay. I believe that our brother. I believe that at some point we will delve further into this. But
absolutely, that's what I said. The issue has been raised, to be honest, is another topic of its own. Maybe when you return, we will move the topic to really devote more time to that issue because it's quite deep.
Yeah, but to give our brother one singular distinctive culture of ours and tradition is Uli. You know, we have this Uli art, and I'll say it here, this lady is one of our own. And if I extend this as well, spirituality and religion, a Catholic person, they will not marry somebody who is from Anglican and all those rubbish because they are Anglican and because so because someone is not a member of IPOB, you cannot attend what they do. That is also it's promoting who we are as a people. So let me leave that aside anyway. But to give this brother of mine let me shed one light. Let me shed a light on one distinctive aspect of who we are, is the Uli art. So we attended this Uli art. I think Chema made a live video of us, the women. And one of our sisters drew hair, you know, this hair that you see, you know, very, you know, all packed into branches and then packed together, and the blouse that we wear. And she talked about how it makes her. She's my sister. She's my mom's my mom's sister, Sister Nkechi. She's my mom's niece. And she talks about how it gives her joy to tie ukwa bo, how it makes us, you know, peculiar, how it differentiates us from other people, how it, you know, gives us grace to our women.
A cultural definition of Biafra.
Thank you. So that's our culture. So in terms of spirituality, we use Uli art to identify who we are in spiritual journey. So you see the marks, you see signs and symbols in the olden days. It's our culture, but it's no longer there. So if you go to you know, Monobi, if you come to his Obi, you will see the Uli art. They draw different things with white, black, you know, different symbols, you know, of chi, sun, moon, you know, that depicts Omomo. Uli depicts Omomo, and you see them, they use it to do tattoo. Great grandmothers then, they used to write tattoos, you know, explaining a certain thing about them on their skin. You know, with that tattoo, they use Uli. You go to the wall, you have the drawings, and these drawings, some of them are spiritual journey of that person, of that man, and you have their Ikenga, you know, Ikenga, yeah. So you see that spirituality was in existence before religion.
Of course, our spirituality is symbolism. There are symbols that represent or translate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, and you use certain different means to access your spirituality. And some people someone like me, I can access my spirituality just by closing my eyes and, you know, being able to get to that conscious level where you just be able to move on your own without help of materials. Some materials can help. I talked about music. Music can help. Just we have Ogene. What does Ogene tell you when you hear Ogene? These are traditions, these are cultural things. So if there's a brother of ours, I think I remember his name now. Whenever I want to call someone's name, he's always running away. I think Chuka or something. I asked him if he can write. Bible. Someone said that we can write our own Bible. We can. In music, I don't know this thing. Music can lead you to different energy levels. And meditation can lead you into different energy levels. So as a people, my brother, let's use this uli as a people. It's our culture. I don't know how many people that use uli. You can use it and draw and explain your spiritual path, what your chi is like, and the rest of them. You draw a lot of things. You design your OB with those materials. Materials are also transporters. Materials can help. That's what I just mentioned a few seconds ago. You can actually ascend without any material, but sometimes materials like uli, is it uhi, hair, absolutely. You have this, and in the modern days, absolutely. So, my brother, we have so much to look into, and I hope this at least sheds a little bit of light on what you on the answer you sought.
Yes, absolutely, no, absolutely. Couple of questions as we round off, because Easter basically is for Christians. So,
just one more question, Mazi, and then please.
Okay, it's going to be double barrel. It's one question but twofold. First is, given that the vast majority of Biafrans are Christians, what do you say to those who are vehement with anti-Christian sentiments in our IPOB restoration movement? I'm asking this because our path to freedom or independence is the peaceful route of referendum, which will involve people maybe secretly casting their vote in a ballot. And if you have a population that is predominantly of a certain faith or belief, and you are campaigning with that group sentiments or slogans, is that a wise move?
No, Mazi, it is not a wise move. One, it is not a wise move. Two, who actually is the person showing this anti-Christian or anti-religious mind? The person is still operating on a certain level and needs to grow. So, this person who is not open, first of all, religion is not what we're seeking. We're seeking the freedom of our people. And in freedom, in searching for freedom is also a symbol of spirituality. Sure. It is. So as physical as it looks, or as whatever as it looks, it is a spiritual move. And that is why I keep saying this, and I will continue to say it. The fact that Nnamdi Kanu is going through what he's going through for the sake of his people, the fact that Nnamdi Kanu embarked on this journey, it is righteousness unto his path, and people don't understand it. It is righteousness unto his path. Now, if you are here under the leadership of Nnamdi Kanu and the DOS, who he has framed out to steer the movement in his absence, and you, rather than facing and focusing on creating and implementing areas of of improvement for our restoration. What we seek is get out here, referendum. What has it got to do with pray, how you pray or which church you go to? I need to understand. If you say that because someone is a Christian and that is why they reason the way they reason, no, it is not. Now, if you think someone reasons in a certain way, you have to check the person's promotional timeline. One, yeah. That you're tormenting someone who is a Christian or who is Omenala or who is you are operating from a rigid and bonded. You're bounded. You are a slave. You are a slave to what you believe. You are a slave to what you think you know. You are a slave. If you think that a Christian is obstructing what you're doing, you need to outline how the Christian is obstructing what you're doing. And then it is your obligation, it is your responsibility. Explain where you are coming from to the Christian. I keep using the word Christian because that seems to be the bone of contention here, if I'm correct.
It's always the easy target. When it comes to attack on religion, it's the easy target. Maybe because of its principles and ethos as well. Because people who attack religion often are scared to talk about Islam because they know that
if you talk about Islam, they catch you.
Yes, of course. But they talk about Christianity, they will jump on you straight away.
They jump on you straight away. And let's Christianity at the time, there was the Templars. There was the Crusaders formed to protect people on the way to what is this place again? I mean, knows this story very well. It starts with M. Starts with letter M. Is it my something? So can't remember now. Yeah. So they formed. That was how the Crusaders were formed. The Templars. They go to protect. And you know how we formed ESN, and then some people decide to become silly, and then you have some people painting ESN black when it's not actually. So everything happening today has happened in the past. There is nothing new under the sun. But my message to those who are oppressing, because what you're doing is also oppression. Is oppression. So I don't know the ethos of the Christians that the Christians, do they bring their belief in the system when they come to IPOB? Do they use their Christian beliefs to determine how IPOB is steered? I think that's my question. But if you are in IPOB and you have the policies of IPOB and you have the structure of IPOB, or what is it called, code of conduct, I don't know, and structure mapped out as to how to behave, then there is no need to see who is a Christian or who is not, because you're there. It's just like when you come to work. Yeah, when you come to work, when these people are oppressing religious people, they go to work. When you go to work, what does your Christianity do for you in maybe you're implementing your KPIs, you're running your report, you're releasing, you're drawing your analysis, you have analysts all over the place. You draw your analysis based on, for forecasts for where I work. As a master planner, I make my decisions from past sales and the future forecasts. So that's what I do. And I'm able to make the company stand or not, to produce something or not. So if you come into IPOB, you're here once you enter in any building concerning IPOB, you're there to talk about how to further your evangelism. You're there to build together on strategies on how to get our referendum, have our people released, how Mazen Namdekano will be released. That is your job. I meet people. I don't even know. I don't even need to know where you come from. What matters is, why have we come together? That should be what matters. So when we keep bickering on these things, we're still operating on this lower level of consciousness, and you have not. You have no authority. There is no right. You have none at all whatsoever to discuss someone's belief. It's not your business. So if you're doing that, you're still operating in that primal conscious level, and it's very, very dangerous. You begin to deviate from your focal point. You begin to shift in perspective. You begin to shift from your goal and the purpose for which you have gathered. You begin to shift. You begin to cause distraction. You begin to cause confusion, because you are middling in the disparity of purpose, because that's not the reason you met the person. That's not the reason you're there. If you have a religious conference, you can go and knock yourself out and discuss, why this religion is not good. But you are here to make history.
Of consciousness. It's from a place of ignorance of people I call emergency freedom fighters, who have not done their homework to understand what model of freedom fighting IPOB represent, what strategies and other plans that will get IPOB.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
In for those who are well grounded in the Bible, 10 Commandments is in the Old Testament. Christians focus more on the New Testament. So what exactly is it that is in the Bible that we do not practice as a people? We don't kill. We must not kill.
Exactly.
You must not, even the Christian, why they are the ones that are the religious people, they make you like to be the madase. Yes. So if you
sometimes I can see where some people's anger or angst stem from, because of fake religious leaders all over, not just Biafra land, all over the world.
Okay.
So I think they see it as, every other problem we have, including the oppression, suppression, repression that we are feeling in the hand of the Janjaweed, is all due to Christianity. And so that think that, we are too slow, like they accuse the US of being too slow, or being this too gentle.
Too slow to what?
Because of Christianity. That we could have brought our Armageddon down on the Janjaweed, and everything would have been finished, and the rest of it.
How have you?
And I look at it at times as an ignorant argument, and they don't have a deep understanding of what they are talking about. But now they bring it up into the movement, especially since Uyendu was kidnapped. This has come to the fore, and others hide under the cloak of ordinary, and then these are unnecessary distractions that create division in the movement.
The question is, you're creating division, you're creating distraction, but the time that you are in is perilous. Why? Because Onyendu is in the hands of the enemies. Is this the right time? Now, that puts you in a questionable position, 1. 2, what is the difference between the Ezibote Onye Omenala and Ezibote Onye Christian? It's the same belief.
Sorry, some of them, these people saying all these things, including the word I mentioned, the reference I gave about somebody on the social media space using IPOB name to carry out anti-IPOB campaigns against leadership and against anybody that they just want to pick on or to create content with. Some of these people have no clue about the men that they are talking about. If you bring them down now to discuss, or I bring them on this platform to discuss Omenala Igbo, you see how shallow, empty, completely confused they are. Oppression or WhatsApp forums, and they will not allow any meaningful discussion to take place.
Omenala Igbo practices both restorative and retributive and transformative justice. So do you have in Christianhood as well in the religion realm? So I don't really see that much difference, to be honest with you.
No, there isn't.
When you pray to God. You pray to God. So you pray to God, the God that has ever existed before the existence of Christianity. So Onyibo and the Biafran prays to Chi that has existed even before the white man came. So when I look at these things, people just need to go back and learn and understand. And with social media and you thank God somebody came also believes that AI is not very intelligent because he's a human being. I mean, that was a fact that AI missed Antarctica on his birthday cake. So how can AI not know the complete map of the world? Why would AI miss out something? So since then, he just thinks that AI is not very intelligent, and he believes that you need to read books more than you go on Google. So these people, they pick up nonsense from Google, half-baked information and stuff. On social media, everybody is intelligent, but when you meet them one-on-one, yes, you find out that people are just shadows of themselves. Shadows and first.
I know. Thank you so much, Laura.
So they need to go back and operate from a conscious level, which at least the third level, or become intuitive and based on the bad pastors or whatever that is upsetting them, it comes to the table of people being aware, where the Bible says that you need to be as wise as the serpents. You need to be wise. You need to have that discerning spirit to understand. And why is it that people don't actually know much? Because they're just empty. They don't understand anything. That is why anybody comes and cooks and tells you anything, and you believe. So everybody needs to go back. I don't know, Maz. I think we need to inculcate mindfulness. I don't know, maybe meditation. Seriously, when we come to IPOB meeting, we need to start it. When you're done praying, you do meditation. It is very important. When people begin to meditate and kind of get into, maybe we get people to go and do, mindfulness, because there are things you say when you ask somebody to close their eyes. People who are praying and all this, it's all connected. You close your eyes, the room becomes very quiet. You can use music as a means of transportation. Switch it on, a very intentional music that you know that this music transcends into this particular realm, because different music transport into different realms. So depending on the realm that you know that the music can transport to, you use it and let people sink into the moment. Close their eyes and imagine. You will see how people will begin to feel. I kid you not, there's a book I read. It's called Becoming Supernatural. It's just common people, doing the uncommon.
Uncommon, yeah.
People, yes, doing the uncommon. So you see that in mindfulness, in meditation, that the brain, the man who wrote the book, can't remember the name now, it's one of the brain changes before and after walking into meditation. So the different states of the mind. You have the alpha, the beta, the theta, and then the gamma. You have the high beta. So when they go into that meditation, you will now see, it shows the baseline measurement of a person with normal beta and alpha brain waves before they walk into the meditation. After 100 and maybe 120 minutes later, you see the change in the brain, the high energy switches from the alpha to the gamma state. It is so amazing. You will be shocked at what the human being is made of. So when we're spirit beings, but just for now we're here. But in a different realm, we're very powerful. Even though here we are fragile and so vulnerable, but we can be more than that. So please, Maz, it's very important. We can inculcate this meditation. You will see people will begin to speak differently. It just is noise, and it can be distracting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lolo. Both spirituality and religiosity, which there's only but a fine line between two of them,
absolutely,
all of them preach and practice fairness, equity, justice, freedom. So we are all on the same page. Our leader in the Martin and the Kano is a prophet. Our Lolo is a prophetess. Only that he made a shop. Otherwise, people would have been flooding as well.
I have my life coach.
Miracles and consultations.
People can book my session because, let me put this here. When our people were giving something for free, we don't value it. But when we pay for something, so for those who pay, they appreciate what I have done for them. So, our people can book a lot of things. I'm a life coach. It means every single part of your life, I can master plan for you. And I can work with you based on your energies. And it can be very frightening, but yes, Mazi, thank you for that.
And here you are on UK Time Out on Radio Biafra, giving us free of charge right now over 3 hours of the section.
Oh my God.
Our listeners and the great Biafrans, understand what this will equate to in monetary or currency terms. Thank you so much, Lolo. Last one from me, and someone sent a text, reminding me or rather asking this question. Last week or so, we reported even on our program here that Onyendu has declared that he will be released this month of April 2025, and we know he's appearing before the same illegal court race trial in Abuja, week on Tuesday, I believe.
Yes.
But also we got a correction that he wasn't really that actually made that statement. I'm sure you have an insight into that. I want you to round up with that and reassure Biafrans and our great listeners about the fruitfulness of all the efforts behind the scene to secure Onyendu's freedom this year. I remember during our special Christmas episode, which you graciously honored on this same program, someone asked the question, and you prophetically declared that Onyendu will be released this coming year, 2025. We are now in 2025, 4 months down the line. What do you see in your crystal ball? Is that same declaration of Christmas valid at Easter? Is that Even though it was a false alarm, but I still say a big essay to it that we got last week that Onyendo will be released this particular month, or at least in the very nearest future. Everybody is looking forward to its release before the 4th year anniversary of this illegal criminal act of the Janjaweed government of the Zoo, which is in June this year. What do you see, Lord, on your crystal ball?
Thank you, Mazi. Yeah, as you rightly said, I think someone visited Onyendo. You know, when people visit Onyendo, when they come out, I don't know if it's excitement, they start to talk, or I don't want to be, sound funny. So we say a big amen to that, we say to that, and Ami. As you rightly put, Mazi, the travail that we are in at the moment, it's very peculiar. Sometimes it hurts me that our people do not understand the magnitude, do not even have an inkling to the magnitude of our situation. Our situation is deep-rooted. You know, we talk about Mandela, we talk about Malcolm X, we talk about Martin Luther Jr., we talk about all these people. They fought people who are amenable to reasoning. What we're dealing with is far greater. You have even the people that you're fighting for unaware of the situation that they use their ability. I don't know how do I put it. They use their anger to unequal to cause you more problems. I mean, we're all, you know, when you go to, as you said, or something like that. So you both in the forest, you two went hunting, you have lions and whatever coming after you, then you have the Okozara now, the Okozara, Okohia. So in Okohia you have twines, you have twigs, you have branches all twirled together, you have the thorns, you know, the pines, everything is scratching you and all that. So you're facing someone, I tweeted something about thorns. So these thorns are, you know, difficulties, obstacles, setbacks, you know. So a lot of things going on. You have this criminal governors who, especially this one in Imo State that they called. I've been calling that man's name since. What's his name? Hope Ozadonna. Thank you. We are fighting. We're not just fighting, and then you have the main people who started this nonsense going on in Igbo land, this rubbish happening to us, this oppression, this servitude that we have been ensnared in. How did they start? It started by this so-called British government. It started by the colonization of the British, or by the British rather. Now they created this there is this thing they have against Igbo people. So our people think that what we're going through in Nigeria is just about Nigeria, is the Hausa Fulani, Yoruba. They have their own. But what is the source? The source is from Britain. How did our war? How was it that over 5 million people were massacred in the Biafran War? Who was doing analysis for the Nigerian government? Up until today, who is telling Nigerian government what to do and what not to do? Is this Britain? And the busy pretender, you know, this disingenuous act. We can't do anything. You can't do anything. You have a lot to do. So the battle is going on, and I hope and pray that our people will sit down and understand the magnitude of the mess that we are in as a people. Now, not this thing, I know that people are different. Some people, when you see your sibling or whatever, your one may be in debt with. I am somebody that, even in my workplace, Onyota must not speak to Onyoji anyhow. If you talk rubbish, I will ask you if you're okay. You know, like, how dare you? That's what I'm known for. I don't care if my managers, everybody, you're careful with me. Because I don't, yeah. And you see the black people, they kind of tender towards me because this one is fearless. I don't give you that impression that if I lose my job, I would die. No. You would know that I'm here to do my job. But I'm also here not to take your rubbish. So, if I see a black person who is not even from our place, you are automatically a family member of mine. I automatically fall to where you are. I'm ready to help you. Not just even black person, anywhere I am. Once I meet a human being, we meet in a place, we gather. Once we gather, you have become. Because as humans, we are one. We have the same features, and that makes us one. You see how people easily gather and fit into one to achieve something. How difficult can that be? So if our people can come together, I keep saying that. Let me be the one talking. You're talking just jargon. Come together as a people. I kid you not. As the money do this thing, if Indigo can come together, Mazi, heavens will shake. Heavens will shake. Allah, there will be earthquakes. There will be fear in the kingdom of darkness when evil people come together. I have seen these things. But we need to come together to make it happen. To have open-mindedness, to know that it's a Biafran, another Biafran is your own to protect. It's your responsibility to stand up for that person. So when we all, it doesn't mean that everyone will be the same. There will always be one Judah somewhere. But when you have 11 out of 12, come on. Imagine what will happen. Imagine what will happen. So what I'm trying to say is that underneath this whole picture, the things going in the background is far more monstrous demon to slay than what the appetite was. As good as Jonathan said, that the person that is pretending to be asleep is more difficult to wake the person. So you have British government pretending to be asleep. They are the ones in control of Nigeria. Mm-hmm. And you think, good luck, they know what I'm saying. Everybody is calling Nigeria now company. Nnamdi Kanu has been saying this for years. But the same people he's standing up for are the same people. I don't know how to put it. The same people unaware of who they are. Let me just put it like that. Simply put like that. So, in the pipeline, Mazi, the work continues, the push continues. You know, in the Bible, how Daniel was praying and the prince of Persia, the angel Michael was sent, the angel of war now, you know, Gabriel. Not Michael, it was Gabriel that was sent. I can't remind you. Michael is the war, he's a war guy, I like him. So, but the people they call Michael on the earth, they're not warriors, they don't fight. They don't fight. Anyway. So you see how Daniel's prayer goes up and the prince of Persia stops it, right? So, for how many days Daniel was wondering why his prayer has not been answered. So Michael was then sent. to go and sort out the problem. So as we continue to fight, we have Prince of Persia, we have obstacles, we have the money, we have the jaw, we have those causing distractions. Oh no, well, small things, small issues are contaminating what we are doing, but we just keep forging ahead. So, Mazi, we continue to have hope push in the hope that Onyendu will be released this year. You cannot continue to hold somebody who did nothing to you. And isn't that also consciousness? Even countries and companies are expect. Let me say this, Mazi. Do you know that Nigerians they listen to us, because since we've been talking about this transformation and restoration. You hear it now, on all their news and things that they're doing. Talk about restorative, transformative.
It's the buzzword now.
In Gombe, they are just done. That's not 5 dynamics. I'm coming for that one. Twitter represses or suppresses my stuff. Facebook used to be very horrible, but they're doing better now. Well, better than Twitter. Gombe reinstated how many hundreds of people saying the Boko Haram they've been granted restorative. They listen to us. So, but that apart, yeah, the Nigerian government should understand that since they held Nnamdi Kanu, even the so-called British government, they know that their company is all messed up. The whole world has seen Nigeria government for who they are. Aristocratic. That's that. I've been calling them this since 2015. These people have no clue what it is to do anything. They just do as they like in a very, very, very laughable manner. In a very laughable manner. So since the thousand and the Kanu, they can see they have made mess of their judicial system. They have made mess of everything is upside down. So the earlier they realize and understand that, of course we know now the government, even because I did jaw, can't say no quibo. I did jaw. If I did again, yeah. So they are trying to show, as a narcissistic person, they can see that they took the wrong step, big time. They messed up big time. So they're trying to save their faces. They're trying to put in what isn't. Keep making a mess, changing their whatever they call it, charges. There's silly primary school children who knows nothing and charges that hold no water whatsoever. Yeah.
But in trying to save their face, we thought that the political solution would be their soft landing. Now they are still going the route of Lego Jamboree. Justice James Omotosho has taken over from Benta. Also, on the other side, Chief Kadagabi has taken over from Aloy. What is your take on this Lego both at the bar and bench changes? I expect them to make any impact.
To just quickly touch on that, Nigeria government cannot. I mean, if I say cannot, it's as if they listen to or they even know their own law. They have gone back to the court. That's all they know that they can do. But the thing is, in terms of legal aspect, which is where they have been, but when they say political solution, it is political solution. It will be, but the political solution probably will come after the legal or in its process. So let me not say much on that. But political solution in things like this is always political solution, and I want people to understand that. And I think, speaking of that, I saw I saw a video of some man, oh God, I don't know where that man came out from, saying, I'm not happy with Nnamdi Kanu, he apologized. And I keep asking myself, are people okay? Are they mentally unwell? Dan Kanu Agabi is the lead counsel, has become the lead counsel of Nnamdi Kanu. And for him to take up the case, he felt there was a need for him to apologize to other legal, because Nnamdi Kanu was ready to bombast them that day. So Sana Agabi taking over was a whatever to their faces. When someone keeps jumping up left, right, and about to say that Nnamdi Kanu apologized, even the UK government, everybody is sitting, Nnamdi Kanu apologized. It's so how obsessive they are with Nnamdi Kanu. It's so how obsessive they are, or obsessed they are. So that apart, Nigeria government is trying to go on this case based on repeal law, and you can't. So there's been several publications on how Nigeria has no jurisdiction to try and have Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, when I say okay, people just forget the fundamental things. So let's do it very simple. Nigeria has no jurisdiction to try and have Nnamdi Kanu. So they are in court because they are oblivious as usual. So San Agabi would listen to them, and we take it up from there. So the first thing, I'm not Nnamdi Kanu knows the law as he's there. You can see that he knows the law. So when they step, and it is not going as it should, because first of all, Nigeria government should not even try Nnamdi Kanu because they renditioned him. There is no trace or evidence of Nigerian government trying to extradite Onyindu. If they say that this is what Onyindu Nnamdi Kanu committed, it is the British government that is supposed to arrest him, but they never did they? In Nigeria is the only country that has proscribed IPOB as a terrorist organization, but we operate in every single country all over the world. So Nigeria has no case. This is a tactical system or tactics, to keep Nnamdi Kanu. People don't understand what Nnamdi Kanu stands for. People don't understand it.
And the tactical overture is well orchestrated by the British government.
Is well orchestrated. Because he's their nightmare. He's nightmare unto the foolish. He's a nightmare.
Yeah.
So the much you say, they grasp lesser. Sometimes it's a bit
Japanese would like to know how the petition is going, since we reached the first milestone that should have triggered mention and hearing on the House of Commons.
Absolutely, Mazi, and it comes back to what the British government is doing. So I keep saying, talking about this book of mine. It's just a slight highlight. We have heat over 11,000. So at 10,000, we should trigger it being discussed. But for it to be discussed, a certain member of the parliament will take on it. If you know how many people that Margaret is an OBE. Margaret Owen. She is so much a bulldozer that, in fact, I can't remember how many countries they ban her from entering because she castrates them. So imagine Margaret chasing and pushing not one single member of parliament. is agreeing. You know, they're not saying no, they won't take up, because you need a member requirement to actually speak about it. But there is this evasiveness. Thank you. Is the disingenuousness that we're talking about here. That pretends not to know what they're doing, but they know what they're doing. So that is what we're doing. We're pushing 2 weeks ago. I do have meetings. I'm constantly having meetings, writing emails, but that's not for the world to know. These are, you know, when you see a picture, I've used this analysis before, you see a picture, it's taking, you know, the makeup, everything beautiful, but there are steps, there were things. Even the person that took the picture may have had one, you know, disruption on their way to that very photo shoot. So you just see a picture, but there are things behind it. So whenever they will be released, it would, of course, it would be joyous, and we pray, because it has to happen, and it will happen this year, because Nigeria is making fool of themselves. But Britain being good, they're just hiding. They are shameful as well. They are ashamed, but because they're not out there in the open, they are hiding properly. Yeah, and that's it. And they have met their match. IPOB is their match. They have never seen. People do not understand. So when I see people fasting around, when you're done with IPOB, please pack your bag and go and knock it. Do something else. Okay? This is what people do when they are sacked, or when they're no longer interested in what they go, and you don't come back to want to destroy the place that you have left. You are operating on the primal level of consciousness. You're immediate. Spiritually, intellectually, every single part of it. Mind your business. Go and that is you being a matured and sensible person, which is a different case entirely. So what am I trying to say? This noise all over the place. We have a very mighty hand trying to suppress us. They have been suppressing us, and they want to put us in perpetual servitude. And when you carry out all this behavior, you are letting you're emboldening them. So now this year we look forward to having, and we are working towards it, which is not what will be all of it will be disclosed here. So we're doing much as we can, but you need to know that the principalities and powers from the higher places. You know, when you say principalities, top, you say powers, you have the local governments principalities and powers, you have the zonal, you know, how is it, you know, you have the federal one, you have the state one, you have the local government one. So these are the principalities that we're fighting.
The international ones.
They are the up high there, and then they're the ones
of the highest places.
Thank you. So they're now directing these ones. Absolutely.
I think that is where we leave it.
Yes, Master. Thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Lolo. Great Biafrans. Resurrect your consciousness. And to recap the topic of this special episode, Easter special edition of the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. No, we are nearly going to Easter Monday, so I just think I will have to round it up so we don't hit from Easter Sunday to Easter Monday. I'm also being signaled that I've passed my time to eat my special one that my Lolo made prepared. I thought I would have had it before the program started, but I can't now, so it goes into Easter Monday. Part of the sacrifice we make. Thank you for your time, Lolo. It's not easy staying up to address Biafrans and our great listeners, and to dissect this topic the way you have done. Wonderful. Just a quick recap. Redemption involves buying back, bringing back from captivity by paying a ransom. For Christians, It involves Christ's sacrifice, his passion, suffering, death, and resurrection.
And that is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is doing, Mazi.
Exactly. For we Biafrans, as the Lord just took it off me, exactly what Oyindu is doing. And that is redemption. It also involves forgiveness and freedom. Freedom from guilt, shame, condemnation, and eternal death. Exactly the message Lord has said to those who think Hagana merely inside IPOB. Receive your forgiveness and obtain freedom. Before you can get freedom for Biafra, get your own personal freedom. Restoration embodies re-establishing what was originally, renewing, which is reforming, and also deep change or positive transformations. That buzzword again, transformation, this year. Salvation, on the other hand, entails the ultimate goal of deliverance from sin and Satan. It doesn't have to be from religiosity, it also has to do with spirituality. It equally involves God's gift. Salvation, by the way, is my second daughter's name, Somkelechim Salvation. It's God's gift, which is not earned, it's not by your Edeka righteous. It is not by your merit, it's the free gift of Chukwukabiano. And last but not the least, salvation involves transformations, again, key word. Renewal of relationship with Chukwukabiana and a willingness to live a life of service and sacrifice, which IPOB is laid out to, which Oyindu has been a leading shining light of a life of service and sacrifice unto salvation of all Biafrans. On that note, we round up today's episode of the UK Time Out on Radio Biafra. Special thanks to our special guest, IPOB First Lady and wife of our leader, Lolo Uchechigeme, Anyamotutu Okmukano. And also many thanks to Mazi Farm and all the rest of my team in the IPOB UK Media and IT Innovation team. Not forgetting our Radio Biafra anchor, Mazi Chukwuemeka Alozie, for his great support to ensure that this program comes to you every Sunday night. Lolo, your last word for Biafrans today. I know you'll be back again. I will see, we're planning seriously for May 30th. And of course, the UK AGM / European evangelism, something very similar to what we witnessed in Italy on the 5th of July here in the UK. As I said, that revival, evangelism fire, which was ignited in Ferrara, Italy, is blowing across Europe and worldwide indeed, like a raging wildfire. That fire will smoke out all Biafrans who are held in captivity, including our great leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in no time. Lolo, your last word, please.
Thank you, Mazi. Great Biafrans, great Africans, because I know that some Africans are listening. Whether you're a Biafran or not, I thank you for listening today. And as we have rounded up, in summary, I would like to pray you all to please understand the underlying factor that we need as a people to attain redemption, which is basically what we're looking for. And for that to happen, in this movement, in this journey, of Biafra restoration. We need increased self-awareness. We do need that. Number 2, we need to take responsibility, being conscious of our actions and their consequences, most importantly, where individuals can take ownership for their mistakes and make sincere apologies for the harm they have caused. Number 3, we need moral reflection and growth. A lot of people just remain in the knowledge that they know. But in consciousness, you keep seeking continually to enable you to engage in thoughtful reflection, because it is when you seek that you start to reflect on your moral principles and values, and allowing yourself to learn from the experiences and make better choices in future. The fourth one is that we must have empathy and compassion. I noticed that some of the things that people do is lack of empathy and lack of compassion. So I know that sometimes when you show empathy to people, some of them think you're stupid, but being able to maneuver these 5 conscious, I talked about 5 level of consciousness. So being able to maneuver, swing from one conscious level to another in order to meet somebody, in order to teach somebody. You can come down to the first primal level of consciousness to teach the person who is operating on that level. You can swing, you can maneuver from the top place where you are to come down to that person's level and teach them on that level. You can. So improve on your empathy and compassion. The world has become more plastic than human, than natural. So let's connect with the feelings and experiences of others and foster empathy and compassion, which can motivate them to make amends and actively work towards reconciliation. You see some people, some kids, they do horrible things and then you want to smack them. In fact, you want to give them this serious punishment, but then you stop halfway. You see the kid will just behave so nicely, go back to, I will not disappoint you again. Some kids are like that. So empathy and compassion can motivate someone to make amends and actively work towards reconciliation. You just need to understand the type of person that person is and see how your empathy would work alongside that person, or compassion. So it's understanding the person's personality would help you to now implement a certain level of treatment, whether be it restorative, transformative, or transformational, or retributive, depending on what that person actually requires. And then finally, let's give or offer intentional change. Once an individual is aware of their flaws and the impact of their actions, they can consciously choose to change their behavior, setting goals for self-improvement and actively working towards a more positive and meaningful life. I keep using myself as an example. Nobody's perfect. I have, to be honest, I have this anger issue, and it stems from a place of why do you not know the right thing to do? So when I kick off, it's not a nice thing. It sends a very destructive wave all over the place. But over time, some people can't believe that I am Nnamdi Kanu. Somebody say, "Are you serious? How is she Nnamdi Kanu's wife?" How? Because this one is crazy. She would. This one. How does she manage this? People that are, if you think you're crazy, Ichechi would form crazy. She will create crazy that you've never seen before in your life. You will wonder, does a human being have the capacity to think and create something like this? Yeah. So how is she in this? How is she dealing with this? And it's consciousness. I have learned, and then personal experiences. I have gone through a lot. I have gone through fire. I've gone through, I've swum very deep red, blue seas, and I came out. And that is the transformation. That is me resurrecting and God transforming me for a purpose. And I believe that it is for a purpose such as this. Because I kick off every 5 seconds. Everybody annoys me. I mean, you have to sit in a certain way, you have to speak in a certain tone. But look at me now, I overlook. So I always use myself as an example, intentional change, being aware. So I am aware of my flaws and I learn to control them at a certain point. And if I tell someone this is who, and I always tell people who I am, that when I'm angry, I am a different beast. So please, don't do this, don't do this. You can do it, I can try and manage. But if I see that you're taking me for granted, then I will release my beast, and I promise you would run. So I understand my flaws, and I consciously choose to change them. So please, find your flaws, find your shortcomings, and work on them. Everybody has one switch or two that they switch, and they switch off. It's okay. It's natural. But are you aware of it? That's the most important thing. And how have you set off for your self-improvement to actively work towards it for a more positive and meaningful life? And my dear friends, at that, I leave it. And I say, God bless you. And may you resurrect into better life, into better understanding, into better self-awareness and consciousness. God bless you. Happy Easter to you all.
He said, that's it. Until we come your way again next Sunday. From me, from here, good night. God bless. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marvin.